Hello there, friends. This is Spencer Michaud, and today we're going to be talking about the Astrology of July for 2023. Happy solstice, my friends. Thank you for joining me on this Friday afternoon. Hope that you're all doing well out there and having a nice beginning to your summer season. Welcome to Cancer season. It was an eventful Gemini season, but maybe we'll get to recharge the battery or refill the well, so to speak, during Cancer season. We're going to go on a journey today. We're going to go over the lunations for the month, the ingresses of planets into different signs, of which there are many, solar phases, including a Mercury cazimi. We're going to also be discussing a Venus retrograde in Leo this month, so that's kind of the big thing that's been on our radars. We've got out of bounds planets, and of course we have an I-Ching hexagram and an animal spirit to help guide us through the depths of Cancer season. So I'm going to welcome a few friends here today. Laura Etta is here. Happy solstice week from Vancouver, USA. Hello, Laura. Rachel Fletcher is joining us from Roanoke, Virginia. Hello, Rachel. Nice to see you. Josh is here. Nice to see you, Josh. Greetings from St. Louis. Happy solstice. Gonna listen in during lunch. Good. I'm glad you're here, Josh. Another Rachel is dropping in saying, hello from Northern Ireland, Spencer. Fantastic to be back for a live with you and all of our friends. I've been catching up in my own time the past few weeks, and life has been very full. You and me both, friend. It's been a very full, full few weeks. Monique is here from Los Angeles, California. Hello, Monique. Nice to see you, friend. And a shout out to our young listeners, Lindsay and Brody, who are very famous. And so I'm glad that they might be joining us today as well. Yeah, so if you're here in the chat, just drop a little line, say hi. Don't be afraid to share your thoughts and feelings. It's always nice to see the community here and to hear how you're doing. Beth Cummings is joining us from Ohio. Nice to see you, Beth. Yeah, we're going to go on a journey today. I'm going to show you some slides from the Deccans of Cancer webinar, which is on sale. So if you have been following along with my work, you know that I had recently completed a monthly webinar series where I did these 2.5 to 3 hour webinars covering the 10-degree sections of each sign of the zodiac called the Deccans. And they are associated with a tarot card, with a daimonic spirit, like a spirit that is infused into those particular areas that can give us guidance. There's also a lot of mythology wrapped up in each one of them. They each have their own planetary ruler. So I went on a deep dive with that. It really can enhance our astrological practice and our knowledge of tarot. Actually, it kind of goes both ways, which is, I'll talk about that more in a second. But the Deccans of Cancer is on sale for 20% off. You can find that on my website, spencermichaud.com. I also wanted to announce today that this week at the summer solstice, I launched my next guided group study class. So that is available to sign up for. You can see that pinned in the chat right now as a link to a page on my website where you can read all the information, you can register, you can check it out. We are going to be studying, speaking of the tarot, The Secrets of the Waite Smith Tarot by Marcus Katz and Tally Goodwin. I'm really excited about this book. I'm always excited about every book that we choose, but we had a really great group, and we're finishing up the group with The Flowering Wand by Sophie Strand. It's been awesome discussion, a lot of intelligent discourse. We've been learning about how we can foster connections in this modern reality and how we can kind of open our minds to new possibilities, both ecologically, astrologically, mythologically. Love it. So good. This book is more about the stories behind the very famous tarot deck, the Rider-Waite-Smith tarot deck that we see, a lot of the imagery that we're pulling for these Deccans. Here's a few cards from the Rider-Waite-Smith deck. And this book in particular is not only a tarot manual on how to do tarot spreads, how to understand the cards, but it really is going into some of the secret historical context that Pamela Coleman Smith in particular was creating the deck under. She's the artist that drew all of the cards and the images that we see that have influenced decks across, a century now. I mean, most of the decks that you see, the tarot decks that you see, are some kind of variation on Pamela Coleman Smith's work. Not every single one, but quite a few. And being able to understand the context of what she was experiencing when she was creating that deck, I think is going to be so enlightening and so clarifying. And I'm really excited to dive into that with all of you. We're going to be studying tarot. We're going to be connecting it with astrology and the Deccans, which I think is super exciting. We're going to have a Discord group to have discussion. We're going to meet every other Wednesday. It's going to be Mondays, 1 p.m. Eastern time. And we're going to meet up for about 3 months. So we're going to connect. We're going to share. We're going to learn tarot. We're going to learn astrology. We're going to have good discussions. It's a great time. And I hope that you'll join me. So click the link in the description of this video here today if you want to sign up for guided group study, Summer 2023, The Secrets of the Waite-Smith Tarot. And as always, there are payment plans available if you need to spread out the payments over a number of months. So, final little business before we get going, feel free to do me a huge favor and like this video, subscribe to the channel if you're new here. I am available for readings this summer as well, so you can find that on spencermichaud.com. Whether you're looking to understand the larger cycles of your life or to get some information on what might be coming up in the very near future, I'd be happy to be your guide in that arena as well. Okay, we have some more friends stopping in. Those are all our business things that we've gotten to today. Let's see. Rachel saying, feeling a sense of relaxation and exhalation with Cancer season. Yeah, Rachel, I think I'm ready for that. I don't know if I'm feeling all that exactly quite yet. This Gemini season, I'll tell you what, during June, as I'm recording this at the end of June, we're heading into a weekend with a Mars-Uranus square, which is, unfortunately, it's right on my natal ascendant. Mars is going to be hitting right on my ascendant, so I'm kind of bracing myself, but also trying to practice the types of techniques that will, like you say, bring us relaxation and exhalation. I think breathing is really important. The animal that we got for this particular month moving into July speaks a lot about the quality of breath work. So I think that, we're trying to find that sense of peace once again after a season, Gemini season, that causes us to really analyze a lot of things, a lot of different competing projects, a lot of different thoughts and choices, some of which we still might be in the middle of, especially since we're still dealing with the lunar cycle, the new moon lunar cycle that saw us have a new moon in the third decan of Gemini, which is all about sort of an overabundance of choices and a need to kind of consolidate and let go of a few of them. So we might still be in this process as we start the month of July. I know one of the things that had really helped me over the past few weeks is when I was faced with a choice that I had difficulty making, if I couldn't resolve it in that moment, I started cleaning my house. This is spoken like a true Virgo stellium. I have 3 planets in Virgo: Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars. And I stumbled upon the television show Hoarders on Netflix, which I hadn't really watched before. And I was like, this is interesting. And I, was starting to feel like, oh my goodness, this is, there's nothing like watching an episode of Hoarders that will get you to get rid of some stuff in your life to try to free up some new energy. And I do want to say that show is really interesting. There's a lot of layers to it, literally. There's a lot of unresolved mental health challenges. There's a lot of grief that people are holding on to. A lot of those folks were dealing with the loss of a family member, a parent, a relationship, and just 1 or 2 events like that caused their lives to spiral out of control. And that's something to really consider, is that, any of us could be in that position where our security could be threatened to the point where, we just kind of spiral out of control. It's not that difficult, to be honest with you. So I think that some of the lessons I'm learning from that is, number 1, compassion for the people around us. and appreciation for the relationships that we have in our life right now, and to kind of take stock of your life every once in a while, regularly, at regular intervals, I would say, and say how much of the things and energetic thoughts that I'm holding on to, because honestly, we have this kind of energy of as above, so below, as within, so without. Much of the time, our external environments are a reflection of our internal either clarity or confusion. So in addition to going through your tangible resources, maybe thinking about the types of beliefs, thoughts, feelings, memories that you might be holding on to that are either, bringing you joy or maybe holding you back and bringing you pain. And I think that that's something to think about as we move into Cancer season, because Cancer is a very reflective sign. It is also a sign that, being a Cancer sun myself, likes to hold on to things, and especially memories. One of the difficult things that I've been experiencing as a Cancer person, when I try to get rid of stuff, which I every once in a while I'll go through a big purge, is that I'm instantly transported to the time and space that a sentimental memory was created when I touch something. So if I'm going through like the attic or something, I'll touch something from my childhood, I'll instantly be transported back to that time and place. And that really slows down the process, and it makes it very difficult sometimes to let go, because we feel like we're letting go of a part of ourselves. And on some level we are. On some level we can't necessarily hold on to everything in our life. But I think that when we make space, when we make room for the new, that can just be so invigorating, right? I talked a lot about essence versus form on this channel. And when we hold on to the things in our life, we're holding on to the old forms, some of which may be broken, decaying, just not useful for who we are in this moment. They may have been the right thing or the right tool in that time that we were attached to it. But it may be not reflective of who we are now, because we're constantly in motion, we're constantly in flux, we're constantly changing. And I think that Cancer season really reflects that, especially being ruled by the moon and the changing phases of the moon, the changing light. Sometimes the moon is waxing, sometimes it is waning. And sometimes we're full of that light and sometimes we're full of darkness. And I think that that's a really good entry point to this particular month of July, and Cancer season in particular, is what are we holding on to? What are we holding on to out of nostalgia? What forms are bringing us life? Which new forms can we make space for so that we can nurture them into maturity? This is you hear the cliches about Cancer being a nurturing sign, and it's true. I mean, I think that there are various levels of this. I think every person that has some kind of Cancerian influence is able to nurture something, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a physical child. It could be a project. It could be a hobby, something that they are uniquely gifted at nurturing into maturity. Sometimes it's more difficult to do that if you have the malefics in Cancer, like Mars and Saturn. Sometimes there's blockages. Sometimes there's conflict around that. But they're all tests, right? They're all tests of our character, and I think that it can be a really beautiful restorative season. I think a lot of our communication this month is going to be much more intuitive. It's going to be much more emotional. We're going to probably be trying to move from our heads into our hearts, and that's going to bring up a lot of feelings, and we may not be able to articulate those feelings as clearly as we did during Gemini season, but that doesn't mean that they don't have the same kind of power. I have both the Sun and Mercury in Cancer, and oftentimes I will have to consider the impact of my words before it comes out of my mouth. And oftentimes it feels like the idea has to bubble through layers and layers and layers of emotional waters to even get out, right? So this is the difference between Gemini and Cancer. Is sometimes, Gemini is very quick. It'll just come out, maybe even without being fully considered. Whereas Cancerian, it slows down a little bit. And that can slow down everything in our life. And I think that we might need that on some level right now. Okay, so that's just some musings on Cancer season in general. Monique is saying the Mars-Uranus crap does not have me feeling relaxed. Yeah, that's That's a really great point, Monique. There's certain transits that are disruptive, and that is one of them. So we're going to be coming off of that as we begin the month. So, I would say just try to be as chill and relaxed as you can through this period of time, through this weekend, the end of June, as we move into July. And whatever fallout comes from whatever happens here, there's always ways to rebuild if there's some structures that are removed from our lives. I think that that Mars Uranus aspect can be liberating as well, if we're willing to make changes. Oftentimes the shocks come when we're kind of stuck in a rut, and life or the divine or the universe is kind of showing us that this really isn't working anymore. This particular area of our life isn't working, and it'll sever and separate. Mars is a separating influence, and Uranus is kind of like that lightning bolt of saying, this is going to happen now, whether you like it or not. so just hang in there. I think that the thing that I would recommend just for this weekend, friends, is how can you practice being as calm and centered, no matter what type of storm might be raging around you? Because our own energy that we bring to a conflict, to a situation, to an accident, can really be the difference between a positive outcome and a negative one. It's like, how can you stay calm under pressure? How can you keep your wits about you if there's something unexpected popping up? I think that's a really good meditation for this week. Beth, EK is here. Says, pretty sure listening to a live stream on 2G won't be great, but I'm going to try. Well, Beth, you are... I'm just messing with you. That was my 2G cutting in and out joke, stream joke for you today. I'm sure it'll be okay. I'm happy that you're with us here today, and hope that the changes in your life are going smoothly. Rachel says, plants, relationships, and even nurturing a rich inner life are, for me, all Cancerian nurturing qualities too. Yeah, this has been something that has been part of my self-care recently, is gardening and going out into my garden, watering the plants. I've been transforming my landscape to reflect more wildflowers and native pollinators. And there are lots of lessons to be gleaned with that. One in particular that was challenging this week is there might be a creature, probably a groundhog, that has been going through my wildflower garden and eating all of the buds that are about to bloom. So, which is really frustrating. We've been watering these plants for like 2 months, and pouring every loving care into them, and through no fault of your own, they could still cease to bloom. And there's a lot of frustration in that, but also there's a deep acceptance in that we are part of the landscape, and that there are other creatures that are trying to survive along with us. And I've had to try to keep that perspective, as that there are these other animals that I'm sharing this space with and this planet with. And maybe part of the other perspective shift, instead of getting angry about not being able to see the flowers bloom, is like, wow, I grew something that fed an animal, right? I helped something grow to fruition. So cheers to you, Mr. Groundhog. In the back of my mind, though, I'm kind of like, fucking groundhog. Like, I want to see those flowers. But I digress. We always have to try to turn it around and spin it towards something positive, right? So just looking through the chat. Josh says, I have Mars Uranus square with my natal Uranus on my ascendant, Mars in Aquarius and Uranus in Scorpio. Totally understand dealing with the unexpected and freaking out. Yeah, I mean, there's been a number of friends and clients that I've been working with that are experiencing this Mars Uranus square very personally, especially if you have a fixed rising sign in the last decan. For me, I have Leo, 21 Leo rising, so Mars is going to be right on there. And we often feel transits a lot more powerfully when they're in angular houses 1, 7, 10, and 4. So just take a look at your angles and see if this is hitting them. You might feel it a little bit more personally. Rachel says, in the northern hemisphere, July is associated with warmer weather. And for me, this actually asks us to move through life at a slightly slower pace, taking some recuperative time in the shadows and shade. I love that, Rachel. I think another thing to consider too is, what house is the Cancer sun lighting up in your natal chart? Just for me personally, Cancer is my 12th house. So this is focusing on maybe taking some rest and some solitude after a lot of activity. If it's in a different house in your chart, it may be asking you to focus on something else. If it's your 10th house, it may be a very different energy. There may be a lot of career energy that's happening. So take a look at where the Cancer sun is lighting up your chart based on your rising sign. And if you need help with that, you can reach out. If you have a quick question, I can answer it. But if you need more in-depth help with that, feel free to schedule a reading. But yeah, the recuperative time, so important. Slowing it down in the heat is a good, I think that's a good thing to manifest. Rachel says, netting, mesh, fencing. Sometimes we can't win the struggle against the nocturnal creatures. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. There's a large hole in the fence, underneath the fence, that I think that this critter is coming into, and I probably have to fill the hole in and put a brick on it or something. But this is how it goes sometimes. I think that as you become a more experienced gardener, you start to accept that there is going to be some loss to nature. In this Flowering Wand book, they talk a lot about leaving a percentage of your crop or something like that for nature, for the animals in your area. I don't know if this was in that book or in an article I was reading, but because we have a lot more advanced harvesting machinery, we are not leaving as much crop for like birds and deer and things like that would thrive off of the 2 or 3% that we weren't able to harvest. And this is something that I think if we can come to terms with, I think we will have a lot less stress around it, is that we're just going to have some of it that we give as an offering to the creatures that we're sharing this space with. And I think that's a healthy perspective, seeing the world not so anthropocentric is a word that I think we've been talking about in our book club, not so human-centered, right? That we don't have to be the center of this ecosystem necessarily, even though we have a lot of power over it. We also are a part of it, and we also can be humbled in the face of it, as well, as we're seeing with climate change, right? I don't know if we have power over it. We've been creating a lot of energy and changes to it through our actions, not all of which I think are good. So something to meditate on. But yes, those are good suggestions, Rachel. Rachel says the nurturing of the plants may be as important. The nurturing of the plants may be as important any ultimate success. I think there's a word missing there, but yes, you're right. Nurturing the plants is a success, and nurturing the animals that are a part of that. Nanda Devi is here. Hello, friend. Happy Friday to you. Happy Venus Day. Cheers. Wearing my green today. Okay. So thank you, friends, for giving me the life updates on how things are going with you. And, we're trying to work on navigating the end of June here, but let's talk a little bit about July. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you an overview first of some of the things that I'm looking at with July, and then we'll go through it. First, we'll talk about the Decan the sun's going to be moving through. There's going to be 3 of them over the month. And then we will look at kind of a day by day. We're going to start with the big picture and narrow it down in our focus. We'll probably go a few hours today. These are a little bit marathon sessions, but that's what we do here. We just hang out. We're just hanging out, having some mate tea together. Cheers to you. I feel like that guy, Fritz, old time hockey. Here you go, buddy. I love that guy. He has a cabin in a cedar swamp in northern Michigan. He cooks and plays video games, and it's very soothing. So lunations. On July the 3rd, we're going to see the full moon fruition of this previous new moon in Gemini 3, which asked us to make a choice. One twin had to die, basically, so that the other could live. So we will have the full moon at 11 degrees of Capricorn on July the 3rd, right around the 4th of July here in America. So we're gonna have some full moon energy around that holiday. So be very careful with if you do fireworks and with your celebrations, your barbecues, whatever it is. Just be careful with that, because the moon is going to be not in its favorite place, and that could lead to some challenges with our bodies or with like our judgment potentially. On the 9th, we will have a last quarter moon at 17 degrees of Aries. So that'll be the point where we're starting to let go and wrap things up. We have a new moon on July the 17th at 24 degrees Cancer, the third decan of Cancer, where we are, I'll talk about that when we get to it, but there's going to be some energy of feeling like what is enough, scarcity versus luxury, feeling maybe a sense of like I'm full and I'm tired of this, I'm bored, I want to move on, but I don't know exactly what the next step is. So that's something we might be able to unpack more in depth. On the 25th, we all have the first quarter of that new moon at 2 degrees of Scorpio. So the moon will be in its fall and very close to its maximum degree of fall. So there will be a Leo Sun Scorpio moon square around that period of time. First quarter square, the difficulty of bringing something into fruition, and maybe even dealing with some desires and hungers that have gotten out of control. That's one of the challenges of that first decan is how do we regulate our desires that might not be the best for us and return some of them to the earth and compost them. We have 5 ingresses this month, which basically means a planet moving into a new sign, which really can shift the energy. On July the 10th, Mars will move into Virgo. Okay, so we have a different energy there for sure. It'll move out of the square with Uranus by a whole sign. Mercury will move into Leo on the 11th of July, and then Mercury is going to go through its square to Uranus. All of these planets are going through this square to Uranus and Taurus as they move through Leo, so we'll unpack that. On the 17th of July, the same day as the new moon, we will see the nodes shift signs, which is kind of a big deal. This really shifts the energy of our eclipses in particular, our chapter markers. So we'll have the North Node moving and retrograding back into Aries, and we'll have the South Node moving into Libra. So an increase in maybe our own self-interest, a decrease in our desire or ability to compromise, which is, so, think about what you will that could come of that. Could just kind of spice things up a little bit potentially. So watch the increase in your own anger, but also it might help us to embrace some personal sovereignty, right? To be self-directed and not so maybe codependent on things that are unhealthy for us. On the 22nd of July, we will have the sun moving into Leo, its own home domicile. That's the same day that Venus stations retrograde. So that'll be another big day in our cycle as well. The 17th is a big day. The 22nd is a big day. So we will break that down as well. And then finally, Mercury will move into its own domicile and exaltation. It has double dignity in Virgo on the 28th of July. So mercurial things will start to get a boost around that period of time. So if you're having some difficulty with communication or getting organized or things like that, the end of the month is probably a good time to start really embracing some of those mercurial significations. Solar phases this month. This is the relationship of a planet to the sun, whether it is coming into conjunction as a cazimi, emerging as an evening or a morning star, which is called a moment of phasis, when it separates from 15 degrees, or when it comes into a 15-degree range. We are going to be, or stationing direct or retrograde. This is what I consider solar phases here. So we're going to begin the month with a Mercury with a Mercury cazimi. I'll get it right here, at 9 degrees of Cancer. So if you've been waiting on a mercurial issue, the first of the month might be a go for it type of thing, a download type of deal. If you've been following along with the show, I've been kind of shopping around for vehicles and transportation. We still haven't resolved that. I mean, it's been a lot of different projects pulling our attention in a lot of different directions. And I've been eyeing this date as maybe a potential thing to move it forward. Oftentimes the projects we're trying to manifest take stages. There's a research phase, there's securing the resources phase, then there's the decision-making phase. So if you've been having a big project around that hasn't quite come to fruition yet, the cazimi might be an opportunity on the first of the month. On the 14th, Mercury will emerge as an evening star at 6 degrees of Leo. So this is another moment where some of the confusion that we might feel, where Mercury was operating behind the scenes, is becoming visible. The efforts that we've been making behind the scenes during the Cazimi phase may start to be visible around the 14th. So keep that as keep the messages that you receive around that period of time in mind, because they could be very important. And then finally on the 22nd, kind of the big thing that astrologers have been talking about for this month in particular is the retrograde station of Venus at 28 degrees of Leo. That's in the third decan of Leo, 7 of Wands energy, sort of a stand your ground, defend your right to be type of thing. So we'll break that down and see what that might mean for us moving forward. Venus retrogrades, I'll talk about it more later in the broadcast here, but sometimes we have difficulty coming to some kind of consensus or harmony in that area of our life. If Venus is an attractive principle, oftentimes Venus retrograde can be like the opposite magnetic pole where we're repelling things. I feel like it's harder to utilize those powers of attraction with Venus retrograde. There also just might be a reevaluation of our values and the things that we love, the things that we value, the things that we are attracted to. I would warn you about initiating any new relationship around a retrograde, because when it goes direct, your tastes may have changed. But yeah, a reevaluation period. And this is coinciding with Saturn's retrograde phase, and then later on in the year, we'll have Jupiter retrograde as well. Planets go retrograde. It happens. It's not going to be like the end of the world, but there may be some things that slow down, and there may be some things that are up for reevaluation. It will station direct on September the 3rd at 12 degrees of Leo. So hang in there until September if the Venus retrograde is messing with you. And of course, take a look at not only the Leo area of your chart, but also the Taurus and Libra area of your chart, so that you can understand what types of topics it might be bringing to you based on your rising sign. And then finally, we have a number of out of bounds periods during this month. Mercury is going to be moving out of bounds, or will start the month out of bounds, actually. It will move out of bounds very late June, and it will continue to be out of bounds until the 6th of July. It'll move back into its kind of like relationship to normalcy, I guess you could say, at 21 degrees of Cancer. Okay, so Mercury out of bounds. First of all, out of bounds is a technique where we're looking at whether a planet is outside of the normal declination path of the sun. And that's a fancy way of saying how high the sun would rise in relationship to the ecliptic, above or below the ecliptic. And there's a 23 degree, 36 minute arc of separation north and south of the ecliptic that the sun rises to at various solstices. So at this recent solstice, the sun was at 23:36 northern declination above the ecliptic. And these planets, sometimes they usually stay within that range, but sometimes they go outside of it. And then we sort of see that planet acting as a maverick, not really following the social expectations, which can be both a positive and a negative thing, right? It can be something where maybe thinking outside the box can unlock something that had previously tripped us up, but it also can lead to maybe some challenges where we may be acting out of character. So there may be a lot of ideas that we have that are outside the box with that Mercury out of bounds period. We might also be expressing ourselves, especially with Mercury in Cancer, really emotionally. Our conversations could take on a very emotional tone, and we might have to watch how saturated our communications become. The moon does 3 to 4 out of bounds periods in a month, usually around 3. And those periods will be July 1st to July 5th, July 13th through the 18th, and then July 28th through August 1st. So those can be periods of time where our bodies might feel either a little tired, or we might push ourselves beyond our limits. We might also be feeling emotional around that period of time. So just keep aware of not abusing your body during those out of bounds moon periods. Okay, I'm just going to look at the chat here again, check in with all of you. But right, Beth is laughing at my my joke. Oh yeah, 2G. It is. No, sorry, I'm doing it again. So just doing my dad jokes here. Smile is here. Says hi. Yay! I made it to alive. How are you? Hi all. Nice to see you. Smile. That's a nice username. It just makes you happy just looking at it. Cosmo Shiva Galaxina is here. I believe, is that Yevgen? That might be our friend Yevgen. Neem oil is good to spray your plants to prevent bugs. It works for my garden in California. I lived next to LA for a couple of years. After the wildflowers, we breed a lot of bugs. Yeah, that might be another thing to try to keep some things off of the flowers so we can enjoy the blooms. We'll see. Beth says a cat in the garden helps, I find. Well, we do have a neighbor cat that patrols this area, so she's sleeping on the job, I think, though, potentially. I did see a family of raccoons recently. That was pretty cool. Next door, and I'm not sure if they eat wildflower buds, but I have seen a groundhog back there, and that might be our culprit. Or rabbits. There's rabbits around here too. Nanda Devi says, need organizational inspiration and help. Find a Virgo friend. Well, Nanda Devi, I might be I might be hitting you up pretty soon. I cleaned out my basement recently, and that was a lot of work. That's how I utilized the VOC moon. You know, it's just getting rid of stuff. There was a Hellenistic VOC moon recently, which is a lot more rare than our modern interpretation of it. And it's a great time to just release things. And we made a lot of progress on a project that we've been meaning to do for a long time. The next step is doing the same thing in the attic, which houses less junk, but more old things that have memories attached to them. So I'm kind of like, that's going to be a harder one, but bring the Virgo friends over. I'll have to hire you, Nanda Devi. You can zoom in and be like, throw it out, get rid of it, take a picture of it, you don't need it. Jody is here. Hi, Spencer and friends, tuning in from work from South Florida. Nice to see you, Jody. Hope you're doing well, friend. She says that she is nervous about Venus's retrograde. Transits in my 8th house will hit my natal Uranus. Natal Venus is combust the sun in my 12th in Sag. Well, Jody, hang in there. There might be some reevaluations about how you are taken care of financially through a partner or how you take care of other people. But those necessary reflections will help hopefully move your situation forward. Judy Arrington is here. So we have Judy and Jody Arrington. That's Jody. Jody said, are we related? Right? So yeah. And we're going to see a square from Venus to Uranus this month as well. Just the same square that Mercury is going to go through, that Mars is going through currently. All these planets are going to square Uranus. So, we have to be on our toes and be flexible and just leave some room for the unexpected. Lisa's saying, hi, Spencer. Try sprinkling cayenne pepper powder around the flowers in the garden. It works pretty well. Ooh, that's a great idea, Lisa. That's easy. Yeah, that's very easy. I have some of that. I'll try that. Thank you. Okay. Creating Harmony is here. Hello, I think that's Khadija. Nice to see you, friend. Okay, so we've gone over a little bit of an overview. We've had some reflections. Let's take a look at some of our Deccans. Let's dive in first with a Deccan reflection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the first Deccan that we're going to be starting out the month with. Now, keep in mind, there will be one day of Cancer first Deccan that is ruled by Venus. I'll go back up to show you this real quick. These are my Cancer Deccans of Cancer webinar slides, which are on sale for 20% off. If you are enjoying these live streams, this is a great way to support the channel is by purchasing these live streams. Purchasing these Deccan webinars. And usually they go on sale during the season that are related to them. So this first Deccan, Cancer 1, is a Venus-ruled Deccan. You could see reflected here in the Two of Cups, themes of attraction. So the first day of July is our Mercury Cazimi which means that we'll have Mercury conjoining the sun at 9 degrees of Cancer. So this might be a download of information about what we really truly need to feel nurtured and supported, to figure out ways to create mutually beneficial relationships. That's what this awareness, this chokmah, right? We have chokmah in Bria, which is a fancy Hebrew word for the Kabbalistic tree of life, right? So we have a flash of awareness in chokmah. So when it's in Bria, land of emotions, like watery type of energy, we're having an awareness of what we really need to feel supported, okay? And then we can take action about what truly is our priorities, okay? This is a nice transition from the last decan of Gemini, because in Gemini 3, we had to let go of something that wasn't necessarily serving us anymore. Like we had an option that just wasn't, we couldn't just juggle every single portion to infinity. We needed to choose what was most important to us. So I do think that there's also a priority kind of awareness that comes with the first decan of Cancer as well. So that's the first day. That's July 1st. And I want you to keep that in mind. But as we move forward through the first 10 days of Cancer, the end of July 1st, okay, the sun will move into the second decan of Cancer, around 10 degrees Cancer. 10 through 20 degrees will be Cancer 2. And this is a Mercury-ruled decan. And we'll be experiencing this from July 1st till July the 12th, roughly. And here we see the Three of Cups. And we see the three graces, potentially, celebrating. We talk about themes of rejoicing, mirth. Austin Coppock talks about this decan as a walled garden, enclosed spaces that are maternal, safe spaces. I happen to have the sun in the second decan of Cancer at 15 degrees Cancer. And it's very important for me to keep the learning environments, such as the one we have today, a safe space. Same with my guided group study classes. I try to create a welcoming environment that respects everybody's viewpoints and opinions and is very welcoming, so that people feel secure enough to be able to express their depth, right? Oftentimes, if we don't have a safe space, it can be really difficult for us to express our authenticity. And Cancer 2 is all about trying to create that type of energy where we feel comfortable enough to truly be ourselves, okay? There's challenges with this decan too. There's a spirit with this decan. The spirit is actually Heracles, the glory of Hera, or Hercules, if you want to say it in a slightly different way. And Hercules was tested by his mother, or his stepmother, Hera, right? She presented him with many challenges. So there may be some energy in this decan of being forged in a family fire as well. So there's family issues that come up, right? But I think that Hercules became stronger by through the challenges that he went through, okay? Another interesting part of Cancer 2 is this quest for immortality. And I'm talking about this in depth because when the sun is in a particular 10 degree section, it shines a giant spotlight on those particular issues in everybody's life. And maybe there's different topics where we may experience that through, but it is somewhat of a collective influence, okay? And the quest for immortality, twofold. One of which comes from the story of Achilles, which Liz Green equates with the Cancerian archetype. And Achilles had an immortal mother, and she was very concerned about a prophecy about him living a glorious life, kleos, okay, is the word for it in Greek, but also living a short life. So she took great pains to keep him away from the world, to protect him, right? Like this Cancerian walled garden. And she dipped him in the river Styx to bless him with immortality, but she missed the heel. And she also dressed him up as a woman, so he wouldn't have to go to war, and hid him in a tent and like the beach and all sorts of things. And eventually Achilles, had to make a choice whether he wanted to live a long life that was forgettable, or whether he wanted to live a memorable life that may have been shorter. And I think that the main takeaway I have from this is that he was inspired to go to war through his grief, through the death of one of his friends, or maybe even his lover, Proclus, and through the grief of losing that best friend. He was inspired to go into the world, to enter the world, and to fight. And I think this is often a Cancerian archetype. There may be something that comes up where, if all things were equal, we'd be totally fine just hanging out in our own home, like just chilling out. But sometimes there is crisis that forces us Cancerians to peek out of our shell and to enter into society and to really, try to do something that is meaningful and that has longevity. Okay. I know for me in particular, having the sun in this Decan, I often felt the pull of doing something timeless, especially with my music. I was always attracted to music that lasted across generations. And I had a real hang up about creating music that I hoped would be timeless. So there's always that in the back of our Cancerian mind. And I think that that's something that you don't necessarily hear often about Cancerians. We talk about this maternal energy, but there is this drive towards greatness. Michael Jordan also had this rising Decan, and he had it supercharged. I love using Jordan's chart. He's such an interesting, almost like deified figure in our collective, consciousness. And his was even supercharged by having the moon ruling that Cancer rising on the fixed star Antares, which is super intense. There's an intensity to that. So not only did he want to, create this sense of immortality, something that would live beyond him, he did it with this scorpionic intensity. Antares being the heart of the scorpion. Okay. So the other part of Cancer too, in this beginning of July, beyond this quest for immortality, beyond this choice of whether to burn out or to fade away, it's better to burn out than to fade away, is what Neil Young would say. This choice also comes to us from a fixed star in that Decan, Sirius, which is a very intense fixed star that the Egyptians were talking about, the return of the Nile River Valley fertility, and hence the immortality of Isis. There's questions that may come up about what legacies are we passing on? How do we relax, but also, are we going to live a life that is alive, or are we just going to kind of stay in our little comfortable shells? I think that one thing to think about with crabs in general is a lot of the times they grow. When they're growing, they get really uncomfortable in these shells, and they eventually have to break out of the shell that is containing them and either find a new one in the case of a hermit crab, or just literally shed and molt the old shell. So a lot of times Cancers will avoid releasing their shells to the point where they're really suffering. And I'm speaking from experience. I've gone through a lot of phases where, because of a desire to keep things the same and to not disrupt my comfortable routines, I've lived with a situation that was much less than ideal for a very long period of time. And I'm learning through experience that sometimes you just have to go through the discomfort of making that change, of finding the container that is actually going to support your growth rather than limit it. So those are things to think about as we go through Cancer 2 series or season. So questions you can meditate on. What in your life is worth protecting, right? What do you want to nurture to fruition? One of the gifts of this Decan is, if you have a project that is baby, right? Whether it's a child, a creative project, whatever, this time period is great for protecting it, right? So it's great for you may not want to show something to the world during this period of time. You may want to nurture it behind closed doors, but with the idea that you will eventually release it to the world, not that you will keep it protected forever. This is one of the challenges, speaking from experience as a parent, is letting go and trusting your progeny to their own choices and devices. It's not an easy challenge to go through. How can you create a safe space to promote healthy growth, like we were saying? How can you best appreciate this moment and share your abundance, right? There is a celebratory energy to this decade. What familial challenges have shaped your character? Always great to reflect on where you came from, to be able to understand where you are at now and where you want to go in the future. And are you perpetuating generational trauma, or are you releasing and becoming liberated from it? Are you owning your divinity or projecting it onto others? This is a big one. Oftentimes what Cancerians will do, because they have this awareness of the immortal, they will project that divine immortality onto a child, a project, and piece of art. And they, like Thamus, they are trying to project their own divinity onto that child, even though that child is mortal, right? I've gone through this. Like, as Cancerians, we often can, see something else as this divine thing, whether it's our kids, and we hold them to a standard that's crazy. Like, I did this. I hold my child to a very high standard, maybe, and I've something that I've been reflecting on a lot recently. I've told this story on this channel, but she was a competitive swimmer for a period of time, and when we were following that dream, which it started off as her interest and then started to become, I think, my dream, which is a good thing to realize in the moment, because it can help you to shift gears. Is that for me, she wasn't going to become a great swimmer. She was going to become an Olympian. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's that kind of energy. It's like, no, you're not going to be just good. You're going to be great. And I think that in my own mind, I was a competitive athlete who held myself to a very high standard and had some success playing sports, but maybe didn't compete at the highest level like the Olympics. And it's very easy to project that desire onto someone or something else. And you have to really be aware of that in the moment, because that can be really destructive and can be really difficult, create a really difficult dynamic in your life. I just spent the evening last night watching the NBA draft, and I was noticing in the interviews on ABC, like they really focused on the family relationships. I was noticing the body language between the players and their parents, because they all had their parents there. And some of the parents were super open and allowing the player to talk and be the focal point. There are others that you could tell that they were very strict, that they had a dream, that they had a vision from sometimes even before the kid was born. And you could even see it in the body language of the player kind of shrinking in the presence of the parent, or the parent kind of trying to control the narrative. And that to me is very instructive. So you have to think about that. If you're doing that with your own kids, with your own projects, okay, and your own family, how can you reclaim that energy for yourself instead of holding someone else to that expectation? It's not easy to do, but it's necessary if you find yourself in that situation. And finally, what connects you with the timeless? Okay, how can you get into that feeling of timelessness, of eternity, of creating something ancient that lives beyond you? This is going to be reflected in the animal this week too, or this month. It's a perfect animal for this Cancerian. It's an ocean creature. I'll just give you a preview, but it's connected to ancient wisdom. Okay, so that's Cancer 2. That's a Cancer 2 in a nutshell. Again, if you're enjoying this type of experience, I do a webinar for each of the signs with all 12 Deccans that are each almost 3 hours long each. And we go into depth with all these stories, and you can purchase that on my website, spencermichaud.com. Okay, so let's pull up the chart and let's talk about the smaller aspects that we're going to experience through the first 10 degrees of Cancer season, okay? because that's the overall picture that we're going to be painting on. These thoughts are going to come up. These challenges are going to come up around this period of time. You may find yourself projecting your divinity onto a family member or onto a partner, or onto a creative project. And, you know, this energy, it caused me to hide in my metaphorical tent for a decade, literally a decade, trying to craft the perfect musical album that would live beyond me before releasing anything out into the world. And I look back in that experience, that perfectionism. There's a perfectionism in Cancer that I think that we always associate with other signs, but I really do think that there is this perfectionism with Cancer as well, where we may take that protection to an extreme. I look back on some of the demos I had of music that I could have released into the world, and I had probably 10 albums worth of material that just never saw the light of day. And I look back at it now and I'm listening to it and I was like, that was pretty good. I would have been, if I looked back at that now and that had been released, I'd have been fine with that. But in the moment, I was feeling overly emotional and overly protective and overly precious, I would say, about it. So I would encourage you, if you're an artist, if you're a parent, you don't have to lower your standard, but think about that, you know, you're going to be able to do the best work that you have in that moment, right? And your best in that moment may be different, a different reflection of who you are in that moment and who you might be in the future. Okay, art is a process. It is not an end goal. Okay, the artistic process is something that I wish I had understood earlier on in my life. All right, so we're looking at July 1st here, and you can see that we have the Mercury Cazimi that is perfecting. A Cazimi is when a planet conjoins the sun. Usually the Cazimi lasts on 1 degree on either side. In the Hellenistic definition, there's a medieval definition that's 17 minutes on either side, but I usually go with the 1 degree. It's a great day just to get a download of information, right? To be able to renew mercurial issues, in the heart of the sun. Okay, so pay attention to the intuitive messages that come to you around this period of time. We are also going to be seeing, as we move through the first few days of July. Here's July 2nd. The big thing for July 2nd, couple things. These first 3 days there's a couple things I want to point out to you. First of all, we have the Venus-Uranus square that's going to be building up to July 2nd for a few days, and then is going to be releasing for a few days after. So I want you to take some notes about what you are experiencing, if you're with me here today, about what is happening at the Mars-Uranus square. Because Venus is going to square Uranus at roughly the exact same position. So there may be a conflict that comes up, and there may be an innovative solution that comes up around the Venus-Uranus square, okay, maybe to this specific issue. You also could see just some disruptions in a slightly different area of your life that has a similar flavor. So for instance, the Mars-Uranus square right now is going to be in Leo, right? Leo and Taurus, but is also going to be providing resources. Mars provides resources as a guest host relationship to both Aries and Scorpio. So the topics in this random Virgo rising chart, it would be happening in the 12th house and the 9th house, and it would be providing resources for the 8th of shared money and the 3rd of like your daily habits, your siblings, all of those things, right? So this is the way that you connect a planet in a particular house to the houses that it provides resources for, Okay, this is an ecosystem. It's a tapestry. It's not one particular thing. It is interconnected. It is what is the word that they talk about in Flowering Wand? A hollow bite. I think that's what it is. I don't know if that's exactly the word, but it's basically an assemblage of planets that are all kind of communicating with one another. The ancient Greek philosophers and astrologers thought of this as almost like an ancient courtroom where they had a witness and a testimony that were giving witness and testimony on the life of a native. And it was an exchange between many different players and actors. Okay. So Venus, Uranus, maybe we have some shocking revelations in our relationships about our desires. We may be feeling some restlessness about our relationships. We may want to break free from something that we were previously attracted to. I would say take your time with that. I mean, oftentimes when we get these squares, those are the most difficult places. And they can both be very, very disruptive, but also there's liberation energy with it. I think that the main thing that I would understand with this type of thing is that it isn't just a one, day experience. The issues that crop up during these, Mars, Uranus, Venus, Uranus things, oftentimes they have been brewing underneath the mycelial network, the underground of our life for a long period of time. And this may just be the fruiting body, the event, the visible event of something that you've been feeling for a long period of time. So I think that if you keep that in mind, this may be a manifestation of an issue that has been happening for quite a long period of time. It may be the liberating energy that you need. It may also be something that where you might want to consider that you're feeling extra restless and really, really take some time to consider how you're going to deal with that event that crops up and not do anything super rash, right? In the Mars Uranus thing, we have to control our anger. We have to really make sure that we're not, unleashing too much rage at a certain period of time that could escape us and get away from us really easily. With Venus, it could also be, a purchase of some sort. Maybe there's something that you've had your eye on for a long time and you're just like, screw it. I'm just going to spend all my life savings on this particular thing. You got to be careful about that too. Okay. So this is kind of the energy of the beginning of the month. This is also going to be building. Okay, you can see here we're going to be starting to build to a full moon on July the 3rd. All right, so let's take a look at that. So in the context of that separating Venus-Uranus square, okay, which is happening over the third decan of Leo and the third decan of Taurus. Oftentimes the third decan of Leo is really like that 7 of Wands energy where you see a figure defending their territory. There's a lot of energy around like, which hill are you willing to die on? And you may be faced with forces of nature where you're saying, well, am I going to continue to fight this force of nature, or that's out of my control? Or am I going to let it go? Like that to me is the energy of these squares that we're experiencing. Here, the groundhog example is a great, manifestation of this. Am I going to accept the fact that I'm going to lose some flower buds to some animals? Or am I going to take extreme measures to make sure that all of the flowers are perfect and that they're all defended and the castle is just this idealized perfection? And maybe some of the suggestions that we had in this group are good. Like, it's not that hard to sprinkle some cayenne powder around. An alternative perspective might be like, you know what? Like I was saying earlier, this is just part of the process. There's going to be some loss involved when you are trying to grow a crop, whether it's food or flowers. And in this case, there's less at stake if it was food. Like if I was trying to grow food for my family, which I have done in the past, I would probably take more extreme measures to keep the animals out of there if my security depended on it. In this case, the stakes are more the aesthetics, right? The stakes are more like, am I going to enjoy some beauty in my backyard? And yes, that is important, but it's not life or death. And if an animal survives on a few of those flower buds, okay, I'm okay with that. You know, that's just part of the process. Okay, so we're heading into this full moon where we've come off of the square between Uranus and Venus, and we have the sun now at 11 degrees of Cancer, and we have the moon at 11 degrees of Capricorn. And the moon is in its exile in Capricorn, which is it's not a comfortable place for the moon. So this is a full moon where we are having a focal point on protecting something sacred, something maybe that is not fully developed. We have this quest for immortality, okay? Spiritual immortality, timelessness, all the things we talked about with Cancer 2. And then we have the moon, the actual manifestation of the spirit energy of the sun, that the sun represents, the intention that the sun represents, manifesting in a Saturn-ruled sign, in a sign of limitations, a sign of material structure, of saying this is what is possible, this is what isn't. The terrain in the second decan of Capricorn is not as fertile as the second decan of Cancer, okay? It is rocky, it is mountainous, it's hard, like, right? Where we have this softness in Cancer, we have this like fertility. We may have to fight a little bit harder and accept some of our limitations around this full moon. We may find that our vision isn't able to be manifested in the same way that we would hope at this full moon. There's going to be a compromise between maybe your domestic responsibilities and the nature of what is possible living in a society, okay? Like, I think that oftentimes Capricorn can be associated with social expectations out in the world, decorum, versus like the rules that are much different within our families and domestic situations. So you may also be dealing with some bureaucratic challenges as well, right? So that's something to keep in mind as we are moving through this period also. Okay. So let's go back to it. Everybody doing okay out there? Keep in mind too that the moon is going to be co-present with Pluto. So you might be dealing with some bureaucratic government red tape around this full moon as well. We may also be seeing some corruption within our organizational bodies. This is something that we really experienced a lot with Pluto and Capricorn, especially during these Cancer seasons. I remember a few years ago where we had some real challenges around some protests. I'm thinking of the ones in Portland in particular, where people were protesting literally the abductions, a theme that's associated with Pluto, like Pluto erupting out of the underworld and abducting Persephone into it. We were seeing people being abducted into these like white government vans because they were protesting outside a government building. And like, so there were themes like that where we saw the system fighting back against the populace, which can be a Cancerian theme as well. The moon is related to the masses. So there might be some things of that nature too, where we're seeing some revelation of corruption in our systems. And of course, we've got all the stuff going on with there's a number of cases going on. There's that stuff with Trump going on, and there's like things associated with other political figures going on. Those might be some of the themes that we see really starting to come to a head in July as well. Okay, so that's the full moon. Just one other kind of thing, and we'll do a whole live stream on this, but the host of this full moon is going to be Saturn. And Saturn's retrograde. Saturn's in Pisces. Saturn's in a decan that is asking us to really reevaluate the types of narratives that really help us to shape our lives. Okay, so many of us are really saying, is this underlying structure of my life, this spiritual structure, is this really supporting me? Is this belief system really supporting me? I've been going through this. There's been a lot of changes in my life recently where I've really been examining outdated belief systems that may be keeping me in a smaller shell. Do you see what I'm saying? Like that's something that as a Cancer, like we get to the point where we're so uncomfortable that we're like, I just don't have any choice. I got to make the change. And it doesn't always have to be that way if you go through these changes more consciously, I think. So Saturn's kind of giving us the opportunity to re-examine those narratives and say, which one of these dreams really can be manifested? Okay, Saturn concretizes things into reality. And which ones need to be returned to the earth? Which ones need to be let go of? Which ones have run their course? So that's part of this full moon. It's also in this trine to Jupiter. So I like that. This is something where planning is really important. Like this is where kind of the rubber meets the road, where we're starting to see our plans start to manifest. That second decan of Capricorn is related to the Three of Pentacles, where we see people working together on an ornate structure. The warning around that decan is trying to do something that is hubristic, getting overly confident in our ability to manifest something materially. And I think that there's a lesson there of just keeping things manageable, right? Not trying to build that tower, that Babel's tower to heaven, so to speak, because there will, hubris is always in these spiritual texts is always kind of like struck down, right? You can't build a spiritual existence strictly through material means. And I don't mean that that material means aren't part of spirituality. I think that it is, I think that we have this kind of false paradox that pursuing material things can't be spiritual. And I think that's a mistake that a lot of us spiritual practitioners make to keep ourselves small and quite frankly poor. But you might not want to go to the other extreme where you're only trying to pursue the material means. It has to be a balance between these two things, I think. Okay. Y'all doing okay out there? Chat's getting kind of quiet today. That's okay. I just hope that everyone's still here. Okay, so there's our full moon. Let's see if we can get through a couple more things and then we'll take a stretch break here. Let's get through the final few days of Cancer 1 and then we'll stretch it out. Okay, so that's the third. The first aspect of that full moon is going to be a square to Jupiter and Taurus from Aquarius. So 10 degrees Aquarius to 10 degrees Jupiter and Taurus. Okay. Oh yeah, you're all still here. Good. And I think that when we have a planet like the moon, when it escapes what's called the bond, this is a Hellenistic technique where when the moon separates from 15 degrees of either the conjunction with the sun or the opposition, that's called being released from the bond. It tells us kind of the flavor of the lunation itself. And even though it's a square, any contact with a benefic planet shows that we might be able to manifest something more positive. When we have contact with a malefic planet after a full moon, it shows that it might be a little bit more difficult. But here, I think that long-range visioning and moving on, as the second decan of Aquarius shows us in the Six of Swords, with a figure being, ferried across a river from one experience to the next, is going to require planning, resources. I think there's going to be a moving on to creating abundance. Okay, you need to. What I learned through my basement clean out is that oftentimes when you let go of things that don't serve you, you're creating space for the things in your life that are a reflection of who you are now. And that's already started to happen. There's been some synchronicities of things coming to us that we needed that maybe we're being blocked, you know, by all of the other stuff we were hanging on to that we didn't. Okay, you all are here. Carolyn Perkins is here. Fascinating insights into Cancer, perfectionism, etc. Thank you. Oh, nice, Carolyn. Nice to see you, friend, and thank you for the compliment. Lisa says, I'm focused on your wonderful interpretation. Good. All right. Yeah, Cancer is a very receptive sign. It's such a different energy than Gemini, isn't it? Sometimes we're just taking it all in. So that's nice to hear. Nanda Devi says, digesting the Venus-Uranus transit that will hit again when she retrogrades. Yeah, that's a good point. We're going to experience that twice. Okay. All right. So when we get to the 7th, it'll be my birthday. July 7th is my birthday. I will be turning 43 on Friday, July 7th. I am considering doing a live stream on my birthday. That might be fun, just hanging out with all of you, which is, shit, is that next week? What week are we? What day is it? I think I'm losing track of time. I think we have one more week. That's 2 weeks away. So we'll see if I'm doing a live stream on that, but that might be fun, right? To do a live stream on my birthday. It's always fun to celebrate with everyone. So on July 7th, we will be experiencing a sextile between Mercury and Uranus. So this is going to be baked into my solar return chart, which I'm, you know, I think it's okay. It'll be all right with me. So here is this sextile between Mercury and Uranus. So some positive ideas, right? Some things, maybe some innovative ideas about how to deal with questions of scarcity versus luxury, and how to deal with forces of nature and things of that regard. You can see here that Mercury is at 22 Cancer. That's actually the exact degree of my natal Mercury. And my experience of the way that my brain works is that I think a lot about whether what I'm doing is supporting people or taking away from them, right? Whether me benefiting is putting someone else at a disadvantage. I think a lot about that, maybe too much about them. I think I obsess about this. So there may be some thoughts around this period of time about how you might be benefiting, what to do with an excess. There may be an excess in your life, and what do you do with it? Like this, when you're cleaning out your basement, which of these items is salvageable? Which are worth preserving, giving away, or selling, or something like that? Those are things that could come up potentially. Rachel says, listening to the rain on the window and just enjoying this astro evening. Nice, that sounds nice. Yeah, it's raining a little bit here today too. Much needed rain. I'm really learning to appreciate the rain. It used to be something that I was like, oh no, I don't get to go play baseball or something like that. But now it's like, yes, rain, finally. It's finally I don't have to spend an hour watering the plants or whatever it is. I love it. Rachel says, yes, a birthday live stream. Yes. Yeah, I think I'll probably will. I've done those in the past and they've been super fun. So you can probably count on me doing that. Okay. Let's see. So that's our Mercury-Uranus sextile on July 7th, your friendly host's 43rd birthday. I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a numerological 3 year for me. So probably see more things starting to come to fruition, like a blossoming, literally and figuratively, with all my wildflowers blossoming, and just maybe more projects coming out and things like that. So I'm excited. Okay. So we go to July 9th. And on July the 9th, we are experiencing a trine between Mercury and Neptune. So here is Mercury at about 27 degrees of Cancer, trining Neptune at 27 degrees of Pisces. So this could be a really nice time. I think that this is something where we could be feeling just a little bit of a dreamy thought process. It'd be a great time to visit a body of water and just kind of chill out and relax your mind, really where you don't necessarily need to do anything. The downside of this type of transit, even though it is a trine, is it's probably not the best transit for detailed thinking. It's a great time for letting your mind merge with universal consciousness. However you do that, through meditation, through relaxation, through going to the beach or something of that nature, through maybe seeing a movie. I miss the movies. I haven't been going out. I really haven't been visiting movie theaters in the last few years for a number of reasons, but I really miss kind of going out and like just losing myself in the experience of the theater. I think this is a great way to spend that time on that level also. So that's the Mercury-Neptune trine. We are also going to be seeing a last quarter moon on the 9th as well. So here is the moon. And it'll be a few hours after this. Okay. So we got the trine earlier in the day. And then here, sorry, I'm just going to get it to the place where it needs to be. Here's the moon at about 17 degrees of Aries, squaring the sun at 17 degrees of Cancer. And this is a last quarter moon. So last quarter moons are described by Dane Rudhyar as like crisis points. They are squares, so they're of the nature of Mars, right? There's a conflict. There's a crisis of consciousness at the last quarter moon, whereas the first quarter moon is about manifestation. It's sort of about how do we bring the energy at the new moon into physical reality. At the last quarter moon, we're deciding, what do we need to let go of? You know, I was born with the last quarter moon. These questions come up a lot. How do I let go of this habit, idea, thing, person? This is something I've been challenged with in my life. So as a collective, we're going to be asking ourselves some questions around letting go. And it may necessitate figuring out what is our own set of non-negotiables, I guess, versus the community. Cancer 2 also shows the three figures celebrating as a community, the ability to create these like communal spaces. Whereas the second decan of Aries is more like, this is how I create personal sovereignty. Here's my royal decree. Here is like what is personally important to me, and you can either get on board or not. So there might be some conflict between the group, all right, that you're a part of, or the family that you're a part of, and your personal desires. So there might be some things that are starting to butt heads with that. And you can see the one asteroid I have listed on here, I don't really use asteroids that much, but I respect them, is Chiron. And the moon will be very close to Chiron. So there may be a little bit of a painfulness to expressing our own needs versus the needs of the people that we care about. And it may trigger a wound that is difficult to heal around this period of time on July 9th. Okay, so two more things before we get past, a couple more things. So we get to July 10th. And on July 10th, here you see Mercury has moved into Virgo. Okay. So now the interesting thing about this is that Mars, did I say Mercury? Mars has moved into Virgo, and it's out of its co-presence with Venus. So there was this kind of foot on the gas, foot on the brake energy with Venus and Mars in the sign of Leo. And the topic associated with our Leo house in our particular charts will probably be less challenged by Mars, and Venus will be the only thing that remains at this point in the Leo area. Now, the challenging part about this ingress is that it starts to manifest a whole different set of relationships. Okay, there's a whole different set of relationships now that Mars is going to be creating through its aspectual arrangement. So you can see now Mars is moving out of the whole sign square with Jupiter and Uranus, and it is going to be moving into an opposition with Saturn. So this is probably going to be the bigger themes that we're going to start to experience as we have Mars moving into, starting to perfect an opposition to Saturn. So what does Mars do in the first decan of Virgo? This is the energy of the Eight of Pentacles. This is a decan where we may be feeling the need to reskill, where we are getting really fixated on the rules of incarnation. There's a spirit associated with this decan called Themis, who is a teacher of divine law. So process becomes really important. Form becomes important. We may be become sticklers about the details. We may be putting a lot of energy into just creating and learning, which is good. Now, when it's in this whole sign opposition with Saturn, though, Saturn is asking us really to, I think, allow for flow, allow for essence over form. And Mars is going to get angry about form. So you can start to see where there is an opposition between the how versus the why. We might be really aggressive about the how, where Saturn is going to say, well, but did you consider the why? Okay. And this is going to come to a head at some point in July. We'll get to that. Okay. It's going to be on July the 20th. Okay. So we are probably feeling some tension in creating physical form and finding its meaning within our life. Okay. All right. So that's Mars moving into Virgo, and its host is going to be in Cancer for a very short period of time. It's going to witness its host by whole sign sextile for like a day or two, and then almost instantaneously move into Leo and into an inversion. So it's not going to get a whole lot of support from its host Mercury. And also its host Mercury is going to be making an opposition with Pluto on that same exact day. So this to me is like, all right, there's maybe some details that we're getting really hyper focused on, especially when it comes to bureaucratic processes. I've been going through a few of those recently, and it can be stressful going through bureaucratic process, and especially when you have Mercury making an opposition to Pluto, you're going to find that communication can take on a little bit of a darker tone. It can be, the communication itself can be very emotional, whereas Pluto is in this much drier sign, the facts versus the feelings. And I think that those are going to be issues that come up around this period of time in July 10th also, is really questioning the haves versus the have-nots. We've been seeing this in the news cycle lately. There's a couple stories about this, the submarine thing versus the immigrant ship that was lost. We had billionaires that passed in a horrible submarine accident that were trying to go visit the Titanic, and then we had these refugees that are lost at sea in this big boat, and there's been different levels of coverage for those, and that's sort of as I think a Cancer 3 question, where we're seeing like the haves versus the have-nots, and what do we value. So I think that those are themes that might come up in particular around this period of time. It's fascinating that I've seen other people try to analyze that tragedy, and I think that there's a real good argument to be made about a Sun-Neptune square that we were experiencing from Gemini to Pisces, as far as things going wrong underwater, maybe due to some negligence or things of that nature. But it's loss of life is loss of life, and I think that I'm disappointed about the flippancy that people have about even people who are very privileged passing away. I totally understand the idea of like, well, should we be spending our money on this and things like that, but I do feel that a life is a life. So anyway, So that's the 10th. And then we have one more day before I can have a snack and repair my blood sugar. So July 11th, I'm going to power through this. Thank you for hanging out with me today, friends. I really appreciate your presence and your listening ears today and your comments. It's always nice to share this experience with you. So on the 11th, July 11th, which is a Tuesday, Mercury is going to move into Leo. Okay, so now Mercury is in the house of the sun, but in aversion to the sun. It was co-present before, but now it is in aversion. So there may be some confusion that comes with our thought processes. We are also seeing Mercury at the bending of the nodes. That is an important technique where we see Mercury squaring the nodes. This is often an important turning point, especially when it relates to mercurial matters. So I want you to take a look at the Virgo and the Gemini parts of your chart to see where an important turning point may be. This may be a peak of increase, and we're going to be moving towards decrease at this particular bending of the nodes. So this may be a good time to appreciate the abundance that you've been able to create, but also start planning for the future where you might need to start moving towards release. Because when we see Mercury heading towards the south node there, when it conjoins the south node, that's definitely a time of letting go. Okay. Looking through the chat. Let's see. The other thing that I will say before I get to all your wonderful comments is that Mars is going to be at the trine with the nodes, or with the north node in particular. Okay, it's going to be trining the north node and sextiling the south node. So where we talk about Mercury at the bending, the square, as a turning point, as maybe even a crisis point on some level, and I don't mean to say that as like to scare you or anything. There's always points where we have to make choices and make decisions. When we have Mars at the trine, that to me feels like a place where we're really, there's a flow. So our ability to learn, our ability to craft could really be in alignment with our Taurus planning phases. So this is a great time with Mars trine the north node to really pay attention to the details of your plan to create future abundance or to protect against scarcity in the future. So it's just a really great time to pay attention to the details in your life and to really move forward with that. Although, like I said, you're going to have to leave some room for spirit, the universe, whatever it is that you could say represented by Saturn and Pisces, to have a different plan that you may not expect, to go with the flow. So make your plans, but also leave some space for the current of your life to shift every once in a while and be flexible. Okay? So there is the sun moving through Cancer 2. So let's stop our share for a minute here, and I'm going to look at the chat. I'm going to get myself a little drink of shake here, repair my blood sugar. So get yourself a snack. Use this opportunity to stretch your body out, okay? Get yourself a little something to eat. It's a slow burn here. But I love that. I love just kind of taking our time, meandering, sharing some stories. You know, I consider myself a storyteller. And what we're doing is we're creating a collaborative story in these live streams. I love that. That's an idea that Sophie Strand was talking about in her book, The Flowering Wand, is the need for us to create collaborative stories, you know, intergenerationally, you know, with all sorts of different life experiences and demographics, and how those concurrent polyphonies, you know, those different melodic lines can create a beautiful symphony. Sometimes they create dissonance, and sometimes that can be interesting. Other times they create beautiful harmony. And I think that that's what we're doing here as we share our stories with one another. Thank you for letting me drink a little bit of this protein shake. I'll tell you what, friends, Gemini season really did a number on my nervous system. I have about 4 or 5 very important life-changing projects kind of in the works, and they all require massive amounts of decision making. And that is something that exhausts me. So you're catching me at the end of Gemini season, just a little burnt out, just a little bit like, my brain could use a break. So I appreciate your patience with the pacing that I'm having today. I think we're doing okay. It's just a slow pace. All right, let me check in on your wonderful comments. Do me a favor, friends, before we keep moving on. If you haven't already, please like the video and subscribe to the channel. Turn on the notification bell so you know when we go live. Sign up for my email list so you know when our next live streams are, when classes and webinars are being released or on sale. I've been doing this song of the week where I examine a chart of a musician that reflects the decan that we're experiencing. Like this week's song was Time After Time by Cyndi Lauper, who is a Cancer 1 Sun and Mars. And I do a nice little write-up and show the chart, and that's been kind of my creative part of my newsletter. So if you want to learn more about that, and you like the music and the creative stuff, I really enjoy that. Sign up for the newsletter, and you can get updates roughly once a week or so. If you weren't here for the earlier part, Cancer Decan webinar is on sale, 20% off until the end of Cancer season, which is the 22nd of July. I also just released or made available the sign up for my new book club, Guided Group Study Summer 2023, The Secrets of the Waite-Smith Tarot. We're going to be studying this book. We're going to be studying tarot. We're going to be connecting it with astrology. We always look at charts in class. Even if we're doing something like tarot, you see how we've been integrating this in our live streams. This is, we call them integrative divination sessions. Great discussions, Discord, all sorts of cool stuff. Discord groups, discussions. Really enjoy, getting to know all of you better. So I hope that you'll join me for that. That's going to start on July 10th, and we're going to meet every other week on Mondays at 1 p.m. Eastern. And if you can't make it live, there's recordings that you can watch as well. So please join me for that. Let me look through these wonderful chats here. People are saying, we'd love to join you on your birthday. That'd be fun. Carolyn says, did you see the Titanic sinking and the Titan submarine charts? Both had exact Sun square Neptune. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Carolyn. That's definitely feels like a pretty literal manifestation of the Sun Neptune square. It's tragic. I mean, like I said, it's you don't like seeing that kind of thing. What I will say is that oftentimes Neptune can make the details of something very fuzzy. And my takeaway from that Titanic submarine challenge was that the safety measures that were put in place weren't as good as they should have been, and that there were a lot of details that were missed, and that there was a lot of corners that were cut in the materials that they used, and safety measures and precautions that were put in place. And when you're doing something like going underneath the ocean, which can be very, very dangerous, you want to make sure that all of those things are put in place. But again, maybe they should have consulted an astrologer before they did that also. But this is how we learn, and I think we can mourn that loss while also rightfully asking some questions about what our priorities are for our resources as well. I think that those both are legitimate, as long as we honor life as well as death. I think that it's important to do that. We can be critical of their station in life and the way that they went about their business, while also still grieving the loss of human life. And again, I want to point out that there's another story concurrently that is on the other side of the financial spectrum that people aren't maybe paying as much attention to. And I think that that's important to acknowledge as well. Janet is here. Janet Goodspeed. Hi, Spencer. I haven't caught a live in forever. Always nice to see your community in action. Well, Janet, welcome. Another, well, you're a Leo sun, but Cancer rising. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't want to give away all your secrets, Janet, but like, I know you have some Cancerian energy. It's good to see you. I hope that you're doing well. I'm enjoying all your stories on Instagram and your jewelry. Check out Janet at Good Sigil. I believe it's goodsigil.com, where she does awesome talismanic jewelry that's based on the tarot and the planets. She has these wonderful rings that she's been making lately. It's always good stuff. I really enjoyed the chat that I had with her on the channel. I've been doing less interviews. I might return to that at some point, but I really enjoyed the talk that we had, Janet and I had. You can find that in the archives if you want to see more of Janet's energy. Hindsight is here. That's a cool name. Hindsight with a Z. Greetings from San Francisco. I'm celebrating my Uranus return. Whoa! Hindsight, Uranus return. So you're 84? That's awesome. Congratulations. That is an amazing, yeah, because a Uranus return only happens once every 84 years, once in a lifetime. That's an amazing achievement. If you were at an astrological conference like the United Astrology Conference, they'd give you a big sash saying, I'm having my Uranus return. And so congratulations, and I hope that it is a fortuitous one for you, my friend, and welcome to the community here. Manjul 11 says, snacks. Gemini season very rough here too. Many decisions. As there is, right? Yeah, it is. Gemini season. There is a necessity for every type of energy and season, and Gemini it's necessary to explore our options. But the problem is not staying in that exploratory phase, right? Eventually, choices have to be made. Right. And I think when Gemini starts to become unproductive is when we get stuck in this choice or this choice, and we refuse to make a decision. I've had so many things going on that there have been certain things in my life where probably really just need to make a choice, like, grinding myself into bits looking for the perfect vehicle. And it might not exist. I may just have to pick one and say, that one's fine. Let's go. Let's just do it. And that might release some of the tension around that. Janet says, yes, loud and proud, Cancer, moon, and rising. Nice, Janet. Well, you're going to have a fun Cancer season here, I hope. And I hope that everything's going okay with all the squares with Mars and Venus and Mercury to Uranus and hitting your natal sun there. There's probably some interesting shifts going on in your life. So I hope that things are going well your way. All right. Jennifer says, happy birthday to you. My birthday is the 21st. Well, happy birthday to you too, Jennifer. I hope that we all have a good July birthday month, right? Okay, friends. I think we're properly fueled up. I have some mate tea. Cheers to you. Wake yourself up. I've got my shake. Let's get into Cancer 3. So what I would like to do next is pull my slides back up. I feel like I'm giving a lot of this stuff away, but that's okay. I'm not somebody who's super protective or precious about information. I think information is meant to be shared. This is why these live streams are so long. I feel like it's a teaching moment, and I don't super enjoy putting stuff behind a paywall. That being said, if you really enjoy the work that I do, Spencer needs to eat too. So if you want to support the work that I do, I appreciate you purchasing the webinars, sign up for readings. There's one other thing you can do to support the work here too, is there's a little $sign in the chat. It's called a super chat or a super sticker. And that also is a way to donate to the work I'm doing here. And I always am super, super grateful when those come through. So thank you. So let's talk Cancer 3. What do you say? Let me get the chat back up here so that I don't lose this. There you are. I've got so many windows up. So Gemini 3 is a decan that is syncretized with the Four of Cups. And in the Four of Cups, we see a figure who is sitting beneath a tree with his arms crossed and his legs folded. He's got 3 cups in front of him. And there is a 4th cup that's being offered by the hand of the divine coming out from a cloud. And here we see someone who has, maybe had enough. They've had all of their material needs, their bodily needs satiated. And they're just like, I'm full. I don't need any more. I'm bored or I'm dissatisfied. And it's kind of this contemplation energy of what's next. Book of Thoth calls it the Lord of Luxury. Book T, blended pleasure. Austin calls it the overflowing cup in his 36 Faces book. And it is something where we're seeing this kind of like, I don't know if it's confusion. It's more of just like, I'm over it. I've had enough. I've eaten my fill. If I eat any more of this experience, food, thing, whatever, I'm just going to explode. I often feel the energy of this decan because my Mercury is here. And I will often go through periods of like, I'm just over this, and I don't know what's next, but I'm over this. And those periods can be really disruptive. You can feel really like, it's almost like a depression that comes in. But what I've learned, and again, the sun is going to be moving through Cancer 3 during this period of time. Mercury will also for a period of time in July, but we're talking about the sun in Cancer 3 here. Often what I find is that there is this liminal space that you need to honor before you move on to something. When you have that period of fullness, you need to sit with it for a little bit, right? Just like you need to sit and digest your food, you need to digest your experiences. You need to reflect on your experiences. You need to reflect on how you got to where you were and where you're going, and understand that the ambiguity is actually part of the process. There is an ambiguity in here. So I think that's the first thing that comes up, okay? We have a spirit with Cancer 3 called Hecate or Hecate, depending on how you pronounce it, who is a spirit of the crossroads. And crossroads is a place where we're in transition, right? And Hecate was a goddess who was both life-giving and a destroyer. So this is something that to consider about the moon, is the moon waxes and wanes. It both brings things into fruition and it takes them out of service and commission, right? So there may be some stuff you need to let go of. You need to digest your food. You need to rest. You need to I don't know. I think sometimes there's an energy of like, all right, I've had enough of this. I need to purge. And I don't mean that literally. I hope that isn't a triggering phrase for relationship to the body. But I think that there is this energy of, we need to sit with this for a little while. We need to consider what our next move is and be okay with a little bit of uncertainty. Now, what I will say is that there is a transition from Cancer 3 to Leo 1 that is related, I think, to, okay, we've got our physical needs met. Now, how do we infuse some kind of spiritual meaning with this? How are we going to shine our spiritual light out into the world when all of our physical needs are met? Okay. Oftentimes people that have prominent placements in this decan will have very diverse backgrounds or experiences in their background. I should clarify. Some of them have gone through periods of extreme poverty and extreme wealth. I would say that my experience as a person growing up with Mercury in this decan ruling my 2nd house and my 11th house, okay, both of those houses, is that I had grandparents that were fairly well off, just regular middle-class Americans. They were college professors and I don't know, CEOs of industry or something like that. But my parents were not very well off. Like my parents got divorced when I was really young, and I was raised by, over the course of both of their experience, by at various times by single parents. Okay, yes, we had some support from our grandparents, so that's something to definitely acknowledge. But I saw the challenges of a surplus, right? One part of my family was very excessive, like with capitalism and with buying and purchasing things. And actually, the other side of my family was very frugal. And there was a constant battle between those two energies. From my parents literally fighting about it all the time. You can imagine a child of divorce. And my parents got divorced when I was like 2 years old. And there was this constant like bickering about, oh, you're spoiling this person, or you shouldn't have that, or we can't afford this. And there was just a back and forth about it, right? And it created a lot of confusion around self-worth, I would say, in my own life. And it gave me some of the perspective that I have now, sort of being, I wouldn't say that I'm completely anti-capitalist, but I am pretty down on late stage capitalism, and I would consider myself more leaning towards the democratic socialist kind of experience. And I know that all of those words are loaded, and we can have a philosophical discussion about it. Please don't take that and be like, Spencer's a socialist. Oh, that's terrible. Democratic socialism is sort of like the Bernie Sanders type of energy, right? Where you believe in free markets, but you also take care of the citizens in your country services. So there's a difference. And I think that in this Deccan, we could be faced with, okay, we have expensive tastes, and is that causing a problem? Like, they literally call this Deccan the Lord of Luxury, right? Lord of Luxury. And if you have malefics in this Deccan, maybe your tastes outpace your ability to get them met. If you have a benefic planet like Jupiter and Venus in this Deccan, maybe you just have really serious, luxurious tastes, and for whatever reason, by the grace of God or whatever, you are able to manifest that. But one of the main lessons of this is that sometimes our experience of having something means that we're taking away from someone else. So the overflowing cup, what do you do when you are blessed? What do you do with the excess that you don't need anymore? This is a Deccan, I think, of philanthropy, actually, as well. There are philanthropists in this Deccan, where there's people that amass extreme wealth that need to really ask themselves, do I need all this for myself, or can I uplift others with this also? So there can be some questions of divine discontent too, because let's say you're one of those billionaires that has more money than they know what to do with. And you're like, oh, maybe I'll take a submarine ride to look at the Titanic. Like, whereas other people are like, how do I afford to feed my family this week? And those are the kind of questions that are starting to come up, right? So we're going to ask ourselves philosophical, ethical questions about that, potentially during Cancer 3 on some level. And the real interesting part about this is that with Pluto moving back into Capricorn 3, we'll have any planet that's moving through Cancer 3 during this summer period opposing Pluto. So what it does is it really shines a light on the corruption in the system, the corruption between the haves and the have-nots, the extreme wealth gap between people, especially in Western civilization. Again, that has been playing out in our national consciousness, with people focusing on, are they going to find these really rich people, and not really paying as much attention of, are they going to be able to save these poor people? Like, what I'm saying? People, there's not been as much attention focused on that. And I think that really says a lot about how, I don't know what it says about our priorities, but I think sometimes they're skewed. So apathy, jadedness, boredom, Hesed in Bria. Hesed is a Jupiter sephira in the Kabbalistic tree of life, so there's an excess sometimes in Hesed, an emotional saturation, too many feelings, where we had like too many thoughts, like in the Gemini 3, or Hesed in the swords would be the last decan of Libra, so there might be too many thoughts around that period of time also. But how do we release and dry out a little bit sometimes can be an issue with Cancer 3. So luxurious taste, overfilled, the point of diminishing returns. That's an interesting one for me with this. So questions you can ask yourself: where in your life are you feeling discontented? Do you need more, or have you had enough? What do you do with your surpluses? Is this the lull before a new breakthrough? That's an important one, because we often feel like, oh, we're failing if we're not getting the breakthrough. There's always a pause before a breakthrough. And this is the pregnant pause before another rebirth, I think, sometimes. I've never physically been pregnant myself, obviously, but I think that I have been pregnant with creative projects. And sometimes there's this lull before you put it out into the world, and it feels really uncomfortable. It feels like, oh, I'm about to pop. This is sort of the energy of that too, trying to get some kind of liberation from that feeling. How can you reconnect with passion? Okay, what comes next? The transition to Leo is that connection with passion, right? The transition from Cancer to Leo is saying, oh, I'm over it. I'm jaded. Back when I was in college, there was, and I don't know if this is still a thing, but the quote unquote hipster movement was really a thing when I was in college. And I really struggled with that because I'm a Leo rising, and I just get really excited about the things that I like. And I would almost got literally in like physical altercations with people. Now, I didn't start them, but I got in almost a physical fight with someone about the white stripes of all people, like, because I was really excited about the white stripes when they first came out, and I was like, wow, this band, the white stripes. And I'm sort of a Luddite, so I was a little bit late to the party. And there was this guy in a coffee shop that was like, I'm over it. They suck or whatever. They're just like this divine discontent, this jadedness around it. And I was like, that's kind of a shitty attitude. I can like something, whether you like it or not. And he got really angry. I bet he had some Aries in his chart. He got really upset with me. He was ready to fight me over the fact that I liked the white stripes, and called him out for like being an asshole about taking a dump on what I was enjoying. So I think that there is that kind of transition, right? This sort of apathy that can come in this decan, that we don't need to get stuck in. Again, this is the beauty of astrology, and seeing it as a circle and as a process. We don't want to get stuck in this. It is necessary. Every single decan and stage is necessary. But we don't want to get fixated on one particular area, or we can be out of alignment, okay? We got to flow with each of the different processes. This is what studying astrology and tarot is useful for, because we can align ourselves with the energy of the moment instead of fighting against it. Okay, so I'm going to take a look at the chat here and see what you all have to say about that. Angel 11, Manjul. Manjul 11 says, yes, you cannot receive the next cup until you have space for it. Yes, exactly. There are axioms of spiritual teachers that say you need to empty your cup. Like there's like a story of someone who visits the wise person, and they're like, their cup is too full. They're not willing to receive new information. So this might also be something to think about in the Cancer 3 period of time, is how do you empty your cup so that you can be open to receive new inspiration? Kate says, looking up with my son 9 years, and said, it looks like a map to Neverland. Oh, nice. Nice. What I'm trying to figure out what that's referring to, Kate. Did I miss something? I think it's because of my delay in the chat. I think I missed something, but maybe contextualize that for me, Kate. Let's see. Carolyn says changes to the tax code would go a long way to correcting late stage capitalism. The tax code wasn't always so favorable to corporations and the rich. Amen to that, Carolyn. I agree with you 100%. I think that is definitely part of the Pluto Capricorn experience is, the people that have an excess not paying their fair share back into the system and into the social programs that honestly they've exploited to get to where they are at on some level. So 100%, Carolyn, I'm totally with you on that. I wouldn't even really be super upset about people having massive amounts of wealth if they would just, put their portion back into the pot, right? And here's the thing: when you're a multi-billionaire, there is a point of diminishing returns. Like, how much money do you really need? Like, you have all your needs met, you have all these excessive things back. I don't think people really realize how much money $1 billion is. And it is frustrating, to see like such excess and then people not being able to contribute their fair share. Kate says Sun Pluto, so it sounds like the powers that be. Yeah, definitely. Jennifer says the Sun in the third decan here I've had a great job at Ford and then lost it in 2001, had to start all over, market crash, almost lost the house, began again working from the bottom up again, took about 10 years to get back. Yeah. I mean, that is the energy, right? Of feeling like you have more than enough and then luxury and then there's periods of scarcity. I think that's definitely something that comes up, and I think there's gratitude is a good way to embrace that energy, right? Of being able to appreciate that which we have and not take it for granted. I think that's good advice around that. Oh yeah, Kate, talking about the crescent moon map to Neverland. That's pretty cool. Carolyn says, I will never understand how the super rich and wanting more think. That could be a whole nother live stream, Carolyn. I don't know if I could even unpack it just because I'm not super rich. But if I just gave you a 2-sentence answer, I think that anyone who gets to that point is not even just addicted to the material resources themselves. They're addicted to an idea of winning. I think it's about winning to a lot of people. It's not even about the money anymore. They just want to win. And we've set that up as an ethos in this country, is that you have to grind, and maybe some of you, maybe one lucky person will win the game of capitalism. And I think it's super toxic. I don't think anybody wins. I think we're all losing right now. The planet is losing. Nature is losing. We as a community are losing because of it. I really think that there is only a certain handful of people who quote unquote are winning. But what they don't understand is that we all have to live on this planet. And that's the shittiest thing about it is the most billionaire of the billionaires are like, oh, if we use up this whole planet, let's just go to another one. Let's go colonize Mars. I think it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. We need to take care of the planet that we have, and we need to do that in a way that has balanced symbiotic relationships with both our nature, our resources, and the other sentient beings that inhabit this planet. And part of the way that they think, Carolyn, if you will forgive me for another few soapbox question like points, is I think that there is a mistaken mindset of seeing this earth as a resource to be dominated and to be just in service of humanity, whereas it's not. Like, that's not how it works. That's a faulty mindset that has been handed down through, I think, toxic Protestantism on some level, or something of that nature, some toxic religious thinking and philosophical thinking, also utilitarian rationalism, Cartesian, Descartes, logic, utilitarian type of thinking. It's just, we need to craft a new story, I think, if we're going to survive. I think that's the thing. I've been speaking on this channel for many, many months about Uranus moving through Taurus, especially Taurus 3, as natural disasters. And I'm not exactly sure how many more, how much more extreme the weather needs to get for people to start saying, as a community, we need to make huge changes right now. Like, we don't have forever to figure this out. And I think that there's a sense of urgency that needs to happen about just keeping our planet habitable for ourselves. It's more about, do we want to survive as a species rather than do we want to save the earth? Because the earth is going to survive. Maybe not all the animals on it. We're going to take there's going to be a lot of collateral damage if we create a mass extinction event for ourselves. But do we want to survive as a human species? And those are the questions that we're going to have to ask ourselves quickly. So we need to talk about this more. I think that it's so easy to like shove that aside, and it's so painful to think about the damage that we've done. And there's beautiful things about humanity. It's easy to get down in the dumps, but I don't think that this is a time period to just like hem and haw about it. It's time for action. It's a time to really like snap into action. You know, it's not a time for debate. It's a time to really like, how are we going to fix this? You know, it's not time to point fingers. You know, I'm guilty of that today with like pointing fingers at calling out the uber wealthy. Although sometimes we have to identify some of the problems before we can fix it, but it's time to focus on solutions. That's why this book, Flowering Wand, is so good. She has some wonderful solutions in there, and I highly recommend all of you take some time with that book if you haven't already. Ashley says, I have Mars at 27 Cancer. I am always stressing about running out and having enough, even when I have more than enough. It feels gross and selfish. It's something I've been working on as I've got older. It's tough, Ashley. I hear you. I have struggled with questions of worthiness as a Cancer 3 Mercury retrograde in the 12th house. And I think that there is a question of whether we're worthy of having things. And I think that I think self-esteem is good, and I think having enough to like support yourself is good. But I also do think that we have to kind of think about what is enough. What is even the nature of enough anymore? Like, what does that mean? And I'm really not feeling like I'm blaming like the average citizen that's trying to just survive in this very difficult system, because there's so many greater things, bigger things that are that would move the needle if we were to change them as a larger community than as individuals. But we do have to kind of try to take personal responsibility as individuals. But try not to get too down on yourself, Ashley, with the Mars and Cancer. It's okay to have the things that you need to survive. Laura says, Sun, Saturn in this decan in the 8th. I've had to struggle with ho-hum apathy and learning to see that fourth cup being offered. Yeah, isn't that interesting? The fourth cup is almost a divine solution, right? Like surrendering to maybe something outside of the box, right? Surrendering to faith is part of this decan too. So that's a great realization, Laura. Ashley says second house too. Yeah, so definitely some issues, Ashley, with resources and feeling worthy of you know, and self-esteem challenges. But you can do it one day at a time. That's not a death sentence, having a challenging malefic like that. We all have trouble points in our charts, and they do become opportunities for learning and for practicing acceptance and grace, and practicing boundaries and changes. Oftentimes, our characters can be shaped by some of the most difficult experiences that we have in our life. And just because you have a quote unquote difficult chart doesn't mean that you're a bad person. You know, that's the biggest fallacy that I think a lot of astrologers make. They look at someone's chart like, they have a shit chart, they must be an asshole. Like, no. Sometimes the people that have the worst looking charts are the most advanced people I've ever met, because they've been through some stuff and they've had to figure out how to craft the right type of skills, the resiliency to deal with those challenges, myself included, with like 12th house stuff. I've had to learn a lot of resiliency. And I'm not saying I'm perfect and I'm not holding myself above others. It's just there are lessons in suffering that I think that we can learn as well. Carolyn says, fewer will want to go to Mars after the implosion of the Titan submarine. I hope so. I think that's just a really poor plan. We need to put that energy into taking care of this beautiful, beautiful planet that that we're honored to be guests and hopefully stewards of. Yes, gratitude is my attitude, says Jennifer Good. Carolyn says, it's great to hear you talk about the real situation of what we've done to Earth and the sense of urgency. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I come from a family of biologists, naturalists, and conservationists. Also, I have another side of my family that were capitalists. And I've seen both sides of it. And I think that it's so important that we just really start talking and having these conversations and normalizing these conversations without sticking our heads under the sand like frightened ostriches and pretending like everything is fine, because it is not fine. It doesn't mean we can't make it better. It doesn't mean we can't make the necessary adjustments to deal with our new situation and our new reality. But to just ignore it and pretend like it doesn't exist that's the ultimate hubris, in my opinion. So yes, let's have these conversations and let's try to be real, but also hopeful. Let's be solution orientated about it. And sometimes that is necessary to acknowledge the challenges, but also to try to maintain our hope for the future. Because I will tell you, humanity, from my observation, yes, we've perpetrated some horrific things, but we're also very adaptable. And I think that we can adapt to these changes if enough of us start speaking out like this today and having that sense of urgency. All right. Jennifer says, what are your thoughts about Mercury in Cancer before and after the sun? As evening and morning star? That's interesting. I'm going to save that for another conversation, Jennifer. We need to keep going with the Astrology of July. But I do think that, morning star Mercury can be maybe a little bit more visible, maybe a little bit less internal in and it depends on if it's under the beams of the sun or not too. Like it's always different as far as that experience. There is a really great article that I'll point you to, Jennifer, that talks about the Promethean Mercury and the Epimethean Mercury. If you look up those two phrases, I can't remember the author, but there's a really great article that talks about, I believe, Dane Rudyard's experience of that and his teachings on that. And that would be a great resource to, and I'm if I try to talk about it today, I'm going to make mistakes, but I think that that's a great thing to pull out and to look at for that question. Yeah, and Angel 11 says, not trying to be doom and gloom. We can make it better as we go forward. Absolutely. I agree. And I'm not trying to be doom and gloom either. I would consider myself a realist. And the reality I'm observing is that we're heading into some challenging times. But I think that we're resilient and we can handle it. All right, let's go back to the chart and let's look at the astrology. So if I flip over the page here, Sun in Cancer 3 time period is when the sun is in about 20 degrees of Cancer to the end of the sign, into the beginning of Leo. So that's going to be July 12th through the July 22nd. The first thing that we notice is that the moon's going to be out of bounds from July 13th through July 18th. So we've talked about out of bounds, so keep that in mind, that we might be feeling a little bit tired or emotional around this period of time. We might be feeling full of emotions, right, as we start and begin this process. When we get to July the 14th, we're going to have the sun sextiling Uranus So here's the sun at 22 degrees of Cancer and Uranus at 22 Taurus. So this is the type of aspect that may help us with those innovative solutions. The awareness of the lack versus the luxury, and Uranus saying, okay, this isn't working. This force of nature is so powerful. We need to find innovative solutions to deal with it. You know, I recently had a huge hailstorm a week ago that just decimated my hostas, and really they look like riddled with bullet holes and stuff. And there's this innovative solution to protect your plants or something. Like this could be one manifestation. So just think about ideas that you might have to deal with excesses or lack around this period of time, and especially keep in mind the things that are out of your control. The third decan of Taurus requires repentance. Like this is what I'm really trying to focus on when I'm having that earlier conversation. There is a spirit in that decan called the Litai, and the Litai follows behind 8, who is the personification of rashness or foolishness. And through our rashness and sometimes our greed and sometimes just our apathy, we've found ourselves in a situation where our planet is becoming less and less habitable by the day. And what it requires, what Uranus is saying is, you need to, as a society, just in general, you need to repent. You need to re-examine how you're doing things and repair the systems that you're a part of. So this could be an aspect where we have some good ideas about how to repair the systems that are obviously broken, okay? And again, it's important to acknowledge, you know, where we've gone wrong, but without getting so fixated on pointing fingers that we aren't able to move forward with the solutions. That's really what gets us moving forward, is not getting so fixated on they did this and they were wrong, saying, how do we fix it? And how we know we've gotten to this point through negligence, neglect, rashness, whatever. What do we need to do to get us moving in the right direction again? Okay. Okay, so that is the 14th. The other thing that's happening on the 14th, I'll show you this here, and I'll check in with the chat in a second here. These are awesome comments. I don't want to miss them. I'm just trying to get us in under 3.5 hours. So you can see here that Mercury is about 15 degrees away from the sun. And that is the moment when Mercury is going to be emerging as the evening star. So Jennifer was asking me about Mercury rising before or after the sun. This is the point where Mercury is going to be the evening star Mercury. So again, I'm not recalling that article that I read about Dane Rudhyar with the exact details about that, but there was different phases, and I believe this is also coming. Who was it that pointed me to this? There is a Virgo astrologer that is in Denver, Colorado, that is a storyteller. His name is escaping me. He has a website called Holes to Heaven. If any of you know who I'm talking about, put it in the chat. But he talks about this phase. Regardless of what might be happening with this particular Epimethean or Promethean phase, looking forward or looking backwards, which is basically the challenges of this. There is one where Epimetheus is hindsight and Prometheus is foresight. So the difference, Jennifer, that you're looking for is, do you have a Mercury that's more about looking ahead towards the future, or one that's more about reflecting on the past? But here, as Mercury emerges as an evening star, that's called a moment of phasis, where there's an omen that is speaking. Okay, so this is something where we are going to be seeing some kind of sign of the work that Mercury has been doing in as it's gone under the beams of the sun. Now, my friend Gary Caton has some really interesting thoughts about Mercury. Adam Summer, thank you. Sparkles of Gold is here. Hey, how you doing, friend? Nice to see you, Nicholas. Yeah, Adam Summer has a really great article on his, I believe he has a link to it on his website, Holes to Heaven, that talks about Dane Rudhyar's Mercury phases, okay? But this moment of phasis, the moment that Mercury emerges, it becomes visible again, is very important to see visible manifestations of the work that we've been doing as Mercury has been traveling either in the underworld, which Gary Caton would talk about as the retrograde passage of Mercury under the beams of the sun, the conjunction and then coming out again, or visiting Olympus. So when Mercury is in direct motion in the direct cazimi, he likens that to Mercury visiting the gods and getting a download from that versus the underworld. So this might be, we may have gotten some divine inspiration at the last direct cazimi that we saw on July 1st, and the physical manifestations start to become visible when Mercury emerges from the beams here. Okay, so that is the 14th. We have the sextile to Uranus with the sun and Mercury emerging as the evening star. Just looking through the chat here. It's nice to see all these friends here. I love such a cool community. Let me look at these comments. Kate says, multitasking while I listen, scheduled fingerprints for FBI criminal background check on July 12th. Oh boy, what's going on in your chart there? Well, that's okay. I mean, sometimes we have to do that for jobs, right? So good luck with that, Kate. Jennifer says, thanks, I do recall those terms. We'll look up Dane's info. Thank you. Okay, good, yeah. Kate says, I don't know why, but I'm always scared doing that stuff, even though I know for a fact I'm not a criminal. Well, then, Kate, you don't have anything to worry about, right? If you don't have anything to hide, then just, I mean, yes, it feels somewhat invasive, probably having to give over some like biological information to a government system, but there's certain compromises that we have to make. I mean, yes, you have to do that to do your job. The other thing that I don't do, I've never done one of those like DNA test things for like my background. And there was a story that came out about a huge purchase of that information by a company called BlackRock, which is one of two, I believe there's another like a hedge fund where there are these two hedge funds, BlackRock and like Vanguard or something like that. And there's been a lot of information about those two entities own most of the companies in the world. And BlackRock has now purchased all of the DNA information from Ancestry.com. So I can see why you might be hesitant to give over some bio information to any type of entity where it could be exploited. But at the end of the day, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with all that, but I feel your pain with some of that. And yeah, well, and it's good to see Nicholas here, Sparkles of Gold, a really great astrologer. Check out his channel. I believe it's the Sparkles of Gold astrology channel. He does some really great live streams and teaching, and just love the Taurus Gemini energy that's coming off of your channel, friend. Okay, so let's move over to the 17th. On July the 17th, here we have a big day. This is one of our big days of July. So this is our new moon day. So let's just make it the new moon. Whoops. So here's our new moon in Cancer. Okay. Our new moon in the third decan of Cancer, 24 degrees of Cancer on the 17th. And we have an out of bounds moon during this new moon. Okay, so keep that in mind. When we have full or new moons and the moon's out of bounds, they're extra intense, I feel, because they're just going to extremes. They're not following the normal rules that they would normally do if the planet was in bounds. The moon is the host of this new moon lunation, and it is in that third decan of Cancer, which is its own face. It's its own decan. So it has some extra juice there. It's in its own domicile. I would say that this could be a potentially positive new moon, although it's pretty close to an opposition to Uranus. I'm sorry, to Pluto, to Pluto in Capricorn. So all of the themes that we were talking about excess, luxury, scarcity, and some of those issues, coming and butting heads against government systems and corruption and political entities, all of that is probably going to be a part of this lunar story. It is going to be sextile to, let's see here, to Uranus. So there's a sextile to Uranus here. So maybe there's some innovative solutions. Maybe there's some ways that we can, quote unquote, repent some of the past actions. Repentance is sort of a loaded term. I don't super like that term as far as having to use that to express this. I mean, it's accurate, but there's like, it's too spiritually loaded. I think what we really have to think about is reevaluating the actions that we've done in the past and seeing what has worked and what hasn't. So that's going to be part of this equation here. It's also, there's going to be a trine to Neptune. So we've got sextile to Uranus, trine to Neptune here. We have Jupiter witnessing by whole sign sextile. We're not getting any help from Venus here, but I feel like this new moon is really going to be the beginning of a process of saying what stays and what goes. How do we live with that liminal space? How do we live with that ennui, right? That boredom that comes before a breakthrough. I think that we might see some real breakthroughs in Leo season, but this is kind of that calm before a lot of that. And I would really pay attention to questions of leadership that has fallen into corruption, the exposure of corruption in some of our leadership because of the sun making the opposition to Pluto on this new moon. So again, this is going to bring up all of the news cycle stuff about Trump. It's going to, on the other side of the equation, people are up in arms about the Hunter Biden stuff. Like stuff like that is going to be part of that lunation cycle, where we might be seeing people in positions of authority having their buried corruption exposed. So keep an eye on that in the news cycle, but also maybe keep an eye on it in your own life too. Where might you have repressed something to try to maybe either take more than your fair share, or where you might be trying to survive through scarcity? And you might find yourself in conflict with a government entity that is, difficult to deal with. This to me is also a new moon about dealing with bureaucratic red tape. And that to me is I'm not a fan of that. So we'll see. But I think that, we're just in such an interesting time. We're in such a period of change right now, and as much as the Taurus moon in me would like to just chill out and just go about my daily business and create a peacefulness, we're just not at that phase of our existence right now. We're at a time period where the alarm bells are going off, and we really need to take some action and rouse ourselves from our sleep and find solutions. And I think that those solutions can be peaceful. That's my hope, that we're at an inflection point, and if we choose peace, we can make it peacefully. But we'll see how that's all going to work out. Okay. Yeah, good to see you, Nicholas. I agree. Jennifer, wow, definitely worth looking into. Mine is Under the Beams and Prometheus, I think. Okay, good. And if you find that article, Jennifer, feel free to put a link in the chat. Laura says the July 17th new moon will be my solar return chart. Well, happy birthday. Should be quite a ride for the next year. Yeah, just be careful of the Pluto opposition there. Again, Pluto, I do think that especially Sun-Pluto contacts can be conflicts with authority figures, but Pluto is a planet that brings things to the surface to be dealt with. It's that change, kind of energy. I once heard Robert Schmidt, one of the greatest Hellenistic astrologers, I think, describe Pluto as a transcendental Mercury, someone who is kind of creating change. Mercury is a change agent, and Pluto being some like the energy of change. There's been other astrologers that call Pluto a transcendental, or an octave of Venus. I tend to agree with Schmidt in it being a Mercury issue. I think it is really about powerful forces of change. I also heard another astrologer. Geez, I'm just like pulling all the names out today that I can barely remember. Alan White was a guy that talked about Pluto. Is that his name? Alan White talked about Pluto as something that makes blows the small things way out of proportion, and then and then reduces the big issues into something small. And we could see that actually happening with like the creation of like the atom bomb, where we took something as tiny as an atom and created something big and explosive like from it. And that was very much a Plutonic type of experience potentially. Kate says, sounds like a year for deep growth, churning the soil. Laura, yeah, I agree. Whenever the sun contacts Pluto, I think almost an X-ray, an ability to see, witness the underworld in some way. That's a good perspective, Kate. Yeah, I like that. And sometimes it's difficult when we see beneath the veil, right? Or behind the veil of things. It's not always pleasant because we often repress things that are too difficult to deal with. And Pluto says, nope, the time is done for that. It's time to deal with it. And I think that this Pluto Capricorn thing, obviously it's temporary. It's only going to be the next 6 months or so until Pluto moves back into Aquarius. And so I think that just my big picture thoughts is we're going to have some more government corruption to deal with, the loose ends to tie up before the new challenge is going to be really how are we going to deal with artificial intelligence. Okay, I mean, that's really coming down the pike here quickly. And that's going to be something that as soon as January of next year, we're going to really have to make some choices about that, because it's going to be advancing so quickly that it's going to change our lives significantly. And we have to choose right now how we're going to potentially regulate that so that it doesn't become a force that is not under our ethical control. We may already be at that point. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. So that's the new moon in Cancer 3. The other thing that's happening on this new moon that is very interesting to me is that literally after this moon, the nodes are shifting. So you can see that on the same day, I moved it forward a day, but this is basically at the end of this day on the 17th, the nodes are going to retrograde into Aries and Libra respectively. It's going to advance the north node or retreat the north node into Aries and the south node into Libra. So this is a really big shift too. I really think the nodes are, if I don't like the word portal, but if there was any point in the sky that would represent a portal, it would be the nodes of the moon, because the moon is concerned with manifestation, and the north node was considered the gate of men, or like it was related to Cancer, the north node, a portal where energy would come into this world and manifest, and the south node would be a portal where energy would leave this existence. That was the gate of the gods. So what is coming in and what is needing to be resolved and reduced? So when the north node is moving into Aries 3, we are going to be less focused on material security and increasing our planning around that, and more about how are we going to sell an idea. There also might be an increase in conflict where we may have more self-directed desires, right? But that third decan is four of wands energy. It's a Venus-ruled decan. We may be seeing a lot more people trying to passionately arouse people towards their point of view. So my concern about this is this could be an increase in like people who like a fascist dictator or something that is trying to get people on their side by being very charismatic. We have to be really careful of that. We've been seeing a rise in authoritarianism all over the world in many countries. And I'm just worried with the north node moving into Aries 3 that could start moving into overdrive, especially around eclipse periods. We are seeing a reduction in the third decan of Libra, which is the Four of Swords. That's sort of a decan. I would say it's related to balancing many different things simultaneously. Austin Cabot calls it a gyroscope. So my main takeaway with that decan is that the way to do that decan well is to think about your point of centeredness within chaos, of how do we restore peace while there are lots of chaotic situations happening around us externally. So I guess what I will say with that is that our ability potentially to restore peace through a lot of chaotic situations may be reduced around that period of time. So take from that what you will. What I would suggest is that there will be some certain situations where it is necessary to take your own needs into account, to make a separation from some sort of collective so that you can make a new start. That the energy of pioneering and a new start and severing and separating from some old circumstance that is self-directed will start to be increased around the middle of July. Needing permission from every single person in your life, that might not be as supported, right? Now, that being said, I don't think that the North Node and the South Node are necessarily guidance points for what we should do, okay? I don't subscribe to the evolutionary astrology mindset of the North Node is what you should be moving towards and the South Node is what you should be moving away from. I think that that just happens naturally because we have a point of increase with the North Node and a point of decrease with the South Node. But I think that the true way of dealing with the nodes is balancing the two energies out. Okay, just because we desire something, the North Node, the hungry dragon with the severed head that was trying to consume the elixir of immortality, does not mean that we should pursue every part of it. So if you feel a desire to be completely sovereign, you know what I mean? Like, sovereign is a fancy word for having all the power to be completely self-directed without thinking about what anyone else thinks, or that can go to an extreme. So balance your need for self-directed energy, new starts, with thinking about how you can fit that in with other people's desires who are going to be feeling the same exact energy as you. So when you have competing interests of multiple people who have, I guess, for lack of a better term, selfish interests, that's when conflicts happen. That's when wars happen. So how do we avoid the worst case scenario with some of these things? Well, it's by making some compromises every once in a while, even if we're feeling an increased tension towards individuation. Okay, so that's the nodes moving, and we'll be talking about this for a while. We're going to have eclipses here, so think about the Aries and the Libra areas of your chart, and you're going to be experiencing an increase in the Aries area of your chart, and possibly a decrease where you're having to deal with some old situations that need to be composted and let go of in the Libra area of your chart, potentially. Independence may be supported, but again, try not to go to the extreme of independence where you're just completely obliterating all of your relationships, because that can be, that's not, I don't think, how this is experienced in a balanced way. Okay, so many good comments. Let's see. Jennifer says, been having dreams about this Neptune aspecting my ascendant and sun in Uranus. Makes sense with Neptune, right? It's sort of like a dream reality. Laura says, thanks, been having a very long journey. Yeah, we all have, Laura. It's these are interesting times, really important times. I want to say it, you all have been born into this time I think for a reason. And we're here as souls to be able to handle the challenges that this life is giving us. And I think that we're all capable of doing that if we accept the challenges rather than buy into whatever propaganda has been fed to us for so many years or decades or whatever, and we accept the reality of our situations. Then we're going to be able to move towards what we're really here to do, which I think that everyone here on this planet right now is here, I hope, to move us towards a more sustainable future. Stellar Rendition is here. Says it's already a force, a consciousness. People are just giving it bodies or outlets to do stuff. What is that in reference to? One thing, if you all could do me a favor, and the chats are so awesome here. One problem I have with the chats is sometimes, first of all, there's a 20 to 30 second delay of your comments showing up to me. Second of all, sometimes I'll get off on a point that I'm trying to make, and I won't see the comment until a minute or two later, and then I need to know what in reference it is. So if you do make a comment, try to give me some context about what you're referring to, and that'll be a lot easier for me to incorporate it into the show. But yeah, if you could clarify, Stella, what you're talking about, what already is a force, that would be helpful for me. Yeah, Nandi Devi says, I'm not looking forward to this nodal shift. No, I'm not really either, but it's such as life. Again, there is a purpose for all of it, and we'll figure it out. Oh, AI, Stella says, thank you. Okay, good. See that context it's very helpful. You're right. It is very much a force. It is a consciousness already. I'm nervous about it, although there are possibilities for it to do some amazing things. But like any technology, there's potential, and then there's potentials for abuse. So we just have to decide how we're going to work with it in an ethical way. Emily Gerber says, ooh, the new moon is 3 degrees away from my natal node in Pluto, and Pluto is right on my natal Venus. Then the nodes shift to my 1st and 7th. Looks like a wild ride. That will be a wild ride, Emily. So buckle up, friend. Laura says, dancing with Pluto since 2019. I've had to become better friends for sure. Natal Mercury conjunct Pluto and Leo. Yeah, I mean, befriending our chart is, I think, a really good exercise. Even the more challenging parts, that can definitely help. Monique says, I had to bail for a while, but now I'm back, eager to catch on the replay and watch what I missed. Well, we've been talking about late stage capitalism, Monique, and the challenges of the haves versus the have-nots, luxury versus scarcity. Cancer. We're in the middle of talking about Cancer 3. We're trying to maintain hope in the face of some really challenging times, and figure out how we can manifest solutions while also acknowledging some of the places where we might have gone wrong in the past, without trying to point too many fingers. Staying solution oriented is the real crux of this, I hope. Okay, I'm going to keep going. These are awesome comments, and I will try to get to as many as I can. So that's the 17th. That's the new moon. We have the nodal shift, and also we have that day a square between Mercury and Jupiter. Okay, so this could be another thing where we're really trying to figure out what our authentic expressions are. We have questions about it. Mercury is a planet that questions and throws things into ambiguity. So we may be questioning our authentic expression in regards to how we both give and receive abundance, with Jupiter now in the 2nd decan of Taurus, the 6 of Pentacles energy. So there may be some challenges figuring out how do we identify with what we have to give and what we receive. So that could be part of the new moon expression as well. So we get to the 20th. We get to July 20th, and we have the sun making its trine to Neptune. So this is hopefully a more positive expression than the last time the sun came into contact with Neptune, where we saw the submarine sink and the refugee boat having its own challenges. So here maybe we have something more positive and related to bodies of waters. Maybe there's something where there are some technology that will help clean out some of the plastics from the oceans being talked about. I know that there's a lot of things that are going on with that. There's a Dutch kid that has been inventing things since he was a teenager about cleaning up ocean plastic. So maybe we'll get serious about that issue, which is becoming more and more of an issue. The temperature of the oceans are rising, and I saw a statistic that in a few years we might have more plastic in the ocean than fish. And all of these systems are interrelated, and will create problems if we don't take responsibility for fixing those challenges. So that could be another thing. This could also just be a really dreamy type of relaxing energy where you kind of are melting into formlessness. Could be a time where you're in harmony with spirituality, where you're really not really getting lost in ego battle. It's almost like an egoless type of experience. Let's see. I'm just reading the chat. Bring it on, Aries nodal shift. I ain't going down so easy this time. Well, good. You got this, Kate. Jennifer says, having my south node on Saturn and Aquarius, I think it makes it less malefic and gives me time to do something about it. Yeah, that's another concept that I think is really important, Jennifer, that you're pointing out, is malefics on the south node can reduce their maleficence according to some theories, whereas benefics on the north node increase their beneficence, and so on and so forth. So that's something to consider also. Monique says, on late stage capitalism and people making fun of rich people dying on a submarine, LOL, because people are just tired of how rich people spend. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier, Monique, as far as people are fed up, and I agree that the resources spent on something like that do seem very excessive and wasteful. At the same time, we want to be careful about having that schadenfreude of taking joy at other people's misfortune. I mean, even though they are people that had excessive wealth, it's still a loss of life, and all life is sacred. And I think that if we are able to maintain that while still understanding that, yeah, that probably wasn't the best use of resources, then maybe we can have a balanced and healthy perspective with it. Monique says, the fed upness gives me French Revolution vibes. I could see that. I think that there might be some kind of revolutionary energy coming. I don't know how to unpack all that today. I have to look into all of the coming things. I'm nervous about conflicts increasing. I think that war is really ugly, and it's not something that I really want to experience anytime soon. But I also do feel like we do need some changes as far as how things are going. So again, how can we have a peaceful revolution, right? How can we make the changes that we need to willingly without having it devolve into violence? That's my hope, and that's what I want to put out into the universe about this. Maybe we can have a peaceful French Revolution, right? And I think there are ways to do that. I really do. But it's going to take a whole different mindset. It's going to take meeting violence with peace, not having your boundaries be overstepped, not being passive. It's going to take, but also just being very, I don't know. I'm just thinking of, like, I know that there's both of these figures have had their fair share of criticism and fraught with peril, but like Gandhi or Martin Luther King Jr., like their ways of creating change. And again, both of them have received some criticism in years past, but I do think that there's a model there where we can aspire towards trying to do something like that if we want to make changes, but also preserve peace and not be overly destructive. Okay, let's keep going. These are all great discussion points. We have to raise these discussion points. We sometimes have to talk about difficult things, and it's okay to be angry. It's okay to be fed up. Anger is not something to be pushed down all the time. Certain times expressing it is important, but how do we express it in a way that is constructive rather than destructive? Or how do we be destructive in a way that is clearing the path for future growth rather than just having collateral damage and destruction for the sake of destruction? Do you see what I'm saying? If there's a plan in place, there's ways to go about it. The additional thing that's happening on this Sun-Neptune day, we're seeing this contextually. Look at this. We have the moon coming together with Mars, and Mars and the moon opposing Saturn. This looks like a challenging day. I talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think that this is an expression of form over function, form versus belief, form versus essence. We may be having some real conflicts around how something is done, and then we have to really consider the why. And before we just start doing stuff, like Virgo really likes to do stuff, myself included. I just want to do something. Pisces says, well, why? What is the reasoning behind it? What is the meaning behind that? And Saturn is going to try to slow down some of the Virgoian tendency to just want to get it over with and get it done and say, well, you are really going to have to consider why you're doing what you're doing. Okay. So Mars Saturn oppositions feel like just a roadblock. They feel like a brick wall. You're running face first into a brick wall. So you may want to organize and have a whole new system that you're working through. But Saturn is really going to say on this day, what is your why? You know, like you have to be crystal clear about why you're doing this. And you may have to surrender to a plan that you didn't necessarily have in the very beginning. This could be like you've been planning, you've been really putting a lot of energy into the plan, and then it runs right into a Saturn and Pisces brick wall of saying, huh, maybe you didn't have all the information. You know, I'm the animate everything, and I have a wisdom that you can't possibly understand in your tiny human life, right? And I think that there's a humbleness that comes in when you surrender to a Saturn in Pisces type of experience. So try to avoid the hubris that might come with trying to control every single detail, because Saturn in Pisces might be saying, if when you let go of control, the big picture is going to come into focus, okay? And the actual efficiency that you're trying to strive for with Mars in Virgo, you might actually work a lot smarter rather than a lot harder if you are able to surrender to that Saturn in Pisces energy, okay? Because when the goal becomes more clear, the tiny everyday actions will reveal themselves. One of the dangers of Mars in Virgo is getting this like hand to the face consciousness, where you're examining every single line in your hand, right? Or you're examining something so close, you're dealing with an issue in such granular terms that you're just missing the forest for the trees type of thing. So this is going to be a reality check and saying, look, there's a forest here, man. like zoom out for a minute, right? So I think that's going to be part of this opposition. And it'll be irritating. Don't get me wrong. It will probably be very irritating because we're going to want to do things a certain way. And just looking at this, and I'm like, oh, well, this is Mars is going to be hitting my natal Jupiter, and Saturn's going to be opposing it. And I've already had Saturn grinding in opposition to my natal Jupiter for a while here. It's not super fun. There's certain things I want to do in a certain way, and I'm having to surrender to a whole new process, a whole new belief system about what is or is not possible for my life. And it's natural though. It's because I'm a changeable being. I'm a fluid being. I'm not the same person that I was 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 2 years ago. My roles are changing. My outlook is changing. And I need to have a life that reflects who I am today, not who I was in the past. No matter if I was successful in the past or a failure. Let me repeat this for the people in the back. I'm feeling really passionate about this right now. It doesn't matter if you had success or failure in the past. You're not necessarily that manifestation anymore. And you shouldn't live your life based on just what succeeded in the past or what failed in the past. And they're equally important, because a lot of people get fixated on, I succeeded doing this in the past. And they do that the entire time, and it just isn't working. And there's also people that are like, oh, I failed in the past, so I should never try that again. And it's equally as toxic, okay? So examine yourself from the place of the present. The present. Who are you now? What do you need to do to be who you are now? Now. I remember Jeff Buckley had a passionate talk where he's like, music is now. He was like, the 60s, big bullshit. 70s, bullshit. 80s, big bullshit. Music is now. You know, like, and I love that about him. He was always trying to be in that moment. Not saying that those things weren't valid in their time frame, and there definitely are timeless things about our characters and our creations. But method is the thing that needs to be fluid during this period of time. The method that we are using. If we get fixated on the method, that's when we will run into the brick wall. Okay. Kate says, I wonder if we'll see more medical complex crisis type things. I guess it's a given despite the astrology. Yes. as a Virgo stellium, those things bring a lot of stress to me. Pandemic is really stressful for me. So seeing the fact that we're maybe moving into more of those things, which you're right, is inevitable as the population on this planet rises, as we have more climate disasters that are driving different animals out of their native habitats and closer to interactions with humanity, we absolutely will have more medical crises that we will have to deal with. But it is frustrating and does make me nervous. But again, how do we take the actions that are in service of our sustained inhabitability of this planet? And that's going to require some sacrifices, unfortunately. But if we make the sacrifices with joy rather than just this like, oh no, we have to sacrifice, I think it's just I just see the beauty of the compost pile, see the beauty of the compost pit. It's still active. There's still life there. And if we can embrace that type of energy, I think we'll be a lot better off. This myth of endless growth is it's so toxic to this planet, to our mindsets. It just doesn't work that way. Astrology should teach us this. Astrology is teaching us this if we are willing to learn and to witness it. Okay, we're getting spicy today. Where's the moon right now? Sorry, I'm losing my I'm losing my windows here. I gotta get my windows. I made my window really big for the chat, and now I gotta resize it again. Okay, so that is our opposition with Mars and Saturn. Getting that spicy spice, that scary spice, that Spice Girl energy. Okay. Yeah, Stella, there's a little hot pepper. Hot pepper. Y'all forget I'm a Leo rising. Like in my rising sign is in the Mars Decan. I get fired up every once in a while. Oh boy. Okay. So July 20th. Sun Neptune trine. Mars Saturn opposition. And as we move into the 21st, let's keep going here. That's when this is all painted on the context. All of the things I just talked about are all painted on the canvas of the Sun-Pluto opposition. So we can't just think of these things in isolation. We have Sun-Neptune trine, Mars-Saturn opposition, Sun-Pluto opposition on the 21st. So many things coming to a head at the same time. And again, this is going to be seeing the big picture versus the details, the haves versus the have-nots. And I say versus, it's just, I hate thinking about it so polarizing, but an exposure of corruption. And then what do we do about it? How do we deal with it? How do we quote unquote repent and repair the damage that has been done? Rachel says, thank you so much for this, Spencer. As a Cancer rising Capricorn moon, I too often get stuck in the past. We all do, Rachel. We all do. I have an entire attic of my childhood toys and memories that I've been hanging on to for 3 decades, Rachel. And I got rid of a lot of stuff in the basement this past week. I was proud of my efforts, actually. It was really hard for me to let go of some of that stuff, but it felt so good. And you could take it in stages, is what I'll say, Rachel, as we make changes. There are going to be some things that are going to be easier to let go of than others at this Sun-Pluto opposition and this Mars-Saturn opposition, etc. Like, for example, I was a hockey player, and I have kept my hockey equipment in the basement for many, many years. I haven't played hockey in probably 10 years. And that equipment has been through many floods. I've lived in really old houses with flooded basements, and that equipment's starting to mold. It doesn't smell good. It's bad. I probably couldn't wear it even if I wanted to. But it was one thing that I didn't throw away yet. I just could not let go of it because it felt like a part of me that I'm going to have to work on letting go of. I think I will. I told Tanya, I can't, that's too emotional. I need to work on the stuff that is easy to get rid of today so I don't get sidetracked. And I think that we can do that. There's going to be certain things where you're like, that's obviously trash. It's got to go. There's going to be other things that when we deal with it, it's going to bring up more spiritual energy, more memories, more nostalgia. And then we're going to have to take time and sit with that. I think eventually it's going to go. It's just something that it's like, it feels like that part of me, it's a different me, you know? It would be the same thing as if someday I was like going to sell all my guitars or something if I wasn't playing guitar. Now, I've been thinking about getting rid of some of my musical equipment also. And there's some things that I'm attached to a PA system that I have that I used throughout my 20s that I played so many gigs with, so many memories. But I have a different PA system that is equally as functional. I need to release it. You see what I'm saying? Who are you now, today? I'm getting so fired up about it, not just for the benefit of the audience here. When I get fired up about things, this is definitely a message to myself to say, just release it. Like, you just do it, you know? I think oftentimes we get fired up about things that are touching a nerve in our own self that we reflect on our own selves about. This is what you should know about all your Virgo type people is any criticism that is leveled on a Virgo type person, they've already done that. They've already eviscerated themselves 100 times worse than you could ever criticize them. That's why they get so irritated with any type of criticism. They've already just like sliced their belly open 1,000 times, metaphorically. So yeah, just take your time with it, you know? Yeah, Rachel says she's very sentimental. Carolyn says, regarding hockey equipment, I have old ballet point shoes from 30 years ago from a glorious time in life. Yeah, it's okay to keep some things that bring you joy in a joyful memory. Okay, I think that that's okay. This is something I'm learning from watching hoarders. There's certain things that we hold on to that do increase our joy in life. But there comes a certain point where some of the things are just holding us back. Like maybe there's my skates. I still have my skates. My skates didn't get screwed up. I can look at those and feel the same emotions that I would feel looking at the moldy ass gloves that I'm never going to wear again, that I probably just need to throw out. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't mean you have to purge every single memory of your life. Although one thing I will say that's useful for this type of energy, take a picture of it. Take a picture of it and then let go of the thing. This has been really useful for me to get rid of things as a Cancerian, is I know that if I look at it, it'll transport me back to that memory if I want to do that, because I do. I want to remember these things. But I don't need the physical thing. I can look at a picture and be transported the same exact way as if I had the thing in my possession. And that might be the happy medium for some of this stuff. Kate says, I love the Saturn nature of Capricorn, but it's like the history of collector of generations mixed with Cancer. I just imagine windowsill full of special rocks. Yeah, I have a rock collection too. So that was another thing in the basement that we couldn't get rid of. I've gone on rock collecting expeditions up in the northern part of Michigan, the Upper Peninsula, where we've actually gone to old mines and collected like slag glass and stuff like that. And I have like buckets full of this stuff in my basement. And yeah, I just love the memory of that trip. And so that's just funny that you're bringing up like a windowsill or a basement full of special rocks. I think that's funny. Okay. Yeah, you got to know it's okay, but you got to know, but when you go, you know, nothing comes with you. That's a great point, Kate. I'll be having to go through and throw away my stuff kids brought home from finishing school. Oh man, that's going to be tough. That's always a really tough thing. It's like getting rid of like something like your kids made or something like that. That's always been tough for me also. Okay, so that's the Sun-Pluto opposition, awareness of something that has fallen into corruption, issues of luxury versus scarcity, Pluto bringing up energy around maybe a collective bureaucratic system that is fallen into corruption, dealing with maybe a corrupt authority figure around this period of time, and the awareness of an authority figure that has fallen short of the glory. Those all could be coming to a head around this period. And finally, we get to the 22nd, another very big day in our astrological journey. Many things happen on this day. So first of all, the first part of this, before we get the sun moving into Leo, we have the sun at the bending of the nodes. We've talked about this on this channel. This is a turning point. Okay, in this case, this is a turning point for our leadership, potentially, for our awareness, for our scarcity and luxury tendencies. Again, this could be a peak of abundance. This could be a peak of self-interest. Okay, peak of anger, maybe, because it's squaring the north node in Aries, but it'll be moving towards the south node in Libra. It's moving towards a need to find balance and peace. So this could be like a turning point where we're moving more towards dealing with a situation that is more about compromise, okay, or moving towards peace, which would be fantastic. But oftentimes things get a little worse before they get better. If you've ever cleaned out a room in your house, you know it looks just like a disaster before it becomes organized again, and that's okay. And sometimes you have to start small. Okay. Yeah, Jennifer says, so true about Virgo. Sis is a Virgo rising and really beats herself up at times. It's tough to witness and it's tough to go through. It is a challenging placement sometimes. There really is a self-examination with that, like all that an analytical energy of Mercury is turned in on the self oftentimes with Virgo placements, and that can be a difficult idealism to live up to. I talk about that in my Virgo Deccans webinar, where I'm talking about the goddess that visits the earth but is trying to teach humanity how to live right, but is so disgusted by humanity that they want to just leave, you know, that they're like, I'm out of here. This is too corrupt. Like, oh boy. Kate says they just finished 4th grade. Well, that's a nice age. And I still hang on to their kindergarten macaroni. Beautiful disaster. Turkey art every holiday season. Virgo can have super discernment and can be hard standards. Yes, high standards. Hard or high standards, both. Well, keep a few of those memories from the kids. But you don't need every single thing they've ever made. You know what I mean? Take a picture of it and then let it go. I think that's the key. MM Angel says, feeling a bit more peaceful and perhaps hopeful listening today. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. And I'm happy that that's still the takeaway after some of the difficult things we've talked about today. I think it's going to be so important to practice resiliency as we get inundated with more of these challenges. Think about it like this. The check is coming due for a lot of the actions that not only we have made, but previous generations have made. And that can be painful when the check comes due and when the bill is coming in the mail. But you can still pay it. You can pay the bill and reduce the stress. If you just leave the bill unpaid, then you get late fees, and then it gets compounded, and it gets more difficult, and you're perpetuating pain. But if you deal with it, if you pay it, if you get on a payment plan or something like that, then the anxiety starts to reduce. So all we need to do to restore peace is just start dealing with the check, dealing with the things that are coming due in our consciousness. And whether it was our fault, whether it was the billionaire's fault, whether it was the industrialist's fault from the late 1800s who started this, who cares? We have to pay the bill and we have to deal with it. And the sooner that we all accept that and start being solution oriented, the sooner we start restoring our sanity and peace. It's that simple. And I hope that we're all doing that as a community here today. I hope that we're all part of the solution. You are part of the solution here today, my friend, because you're sitting through this, acknowledging it and thinking about it. And maybe you'll talk about it with somebody, and maybe you'll see that there is hope if we just try. Okay, so let's talk about the 22nd of July as we move further through here. So, Sun at the nodes. We're seeing a turning point in our collective awareness of what needs to happen next, of the potentially wealth gap issues, of potentially rich billionaire type of things. That's one manifestation, not the only one. It's a situation where we're at a crossroads and we're going to see almost like a full moon energy, I think, on some level. And then we're going to be heading towards release. And that's okay. Release is just as important as growth. It's part of the process. It's part of a healthy life. It's part of healthy homeostasis type life. I just realized that the spiciness today is part of the Mars-Uranus square that's applying, isn't it? I've got Mars on my ascendant. I'm getting real fired up about different issues, and especially about nature and about some of the things that have been the challenges that we're facing about how do we repair our life-giving systems in the world. It's just fascinating to see it play out in real time. And you all have been so amazing and patient with all of that today. And I'm so grateful that we have this space where we can express all sorts of different feelings and opinions, and still come away as a unified community. It's so I'm so grateful for it. I just wanted to point that out as we go through this. So the other thing that's happening, the other one of two things on the 22nd, is our friend Venus is stationing retrograde. So let's take a look at Venus. Let's talk about this. So there's Venus retrograde, about 9:32 p.m. All right, that's going to happen before the Sun moves into Leo. Okay, and then the Sun's going to move into Leo really shortly after that. So we've got Venus and Mercury hanging out together. We've got Venus retrograding in the third decan of Leo, and as an astute follower pointed out, I don't remember which one made the comment. It was either Jennifer or somebody of that nature. Sorry if I'm mistaken who pointed it out, but we are going to have Venus retrograding back into the square with Uranus. Okay, so whatever solution, whatever challenge that we faced with Venus squaring Uranus earlier in the month, okay, which was happening, what was the exact date of that? I don't remember. Do you remember what the date of that was, friends? That was the 2nd. That was July 2nd. So pay attention to what happens on July 2nd, because you're going to be revisiting whatever conclusion you may have come to about it. There may be something that maybe you didn't have all the information at the beginning. Maybe you were rash about a split, and maybe there is some ways to revisit and reconcile. Venus retrogrades, I think Venus retrogrades are challenging. They're one of my least favorite retrogrades, especially because I'm someone who I thrive on creating harmony and peace. And sometimes Venus retrograde does not necessarily allow us to come to a consensus. And that can be very frustrating. I've seen in natal charts a few people, and this isn't necessarily true for every single person, but I have seen people that have Venus retrograde in their natal chart be very good at repelling things. And maybe that's part of their lesson. Maybe they are learning healthy boundaries and repelling things that they're not supposed to be, succumbing to their desires through. But it can make coming to consensus about something very difficult. There's a lot of relationship reevaluation. There should be an evaluation or a reevaluation of what hills are you willing to die on in your relationships or in your life. That third decan of Leo is the 7 of Wands, where a figure is like holding his staff and he's like, I'm going to stand my ground. And you may have to backtrack off of a position that you held at this point. I know that there's been many hills that I've tried to die on as a 21 degree Leo rising. that I had to just like swallow some major pride and be like, you know what, I was wrong. I didn't have enough information. I was unrealistic about how this was going to play out, and I had to back off of it. And knowing which of the things are worth defending and which of the things are really worth letting go of. Okay. Sometimes letting go of a belief system is one of the hardest things to do. That could be something to think about with this Venus retrograde. How are you presenting your authentic self? What is most important to you about who you are? Okay, like Leo 3 is all about defending your right to be yourself. You will be challenged. Like you established you competed for the spotlight in Leo 1. You got the victory parade of being your true self in Leo 2. And now people are challenging you in Leo 3. Okay, and now they're saying, do you really believe that? Are you really gonna, be able to stand your ground in that particular belief system? There's also an energy in that Decan about having this like, it's the energy. I mean, Austin Cobb calls it the banner. But there's this energy of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Of this almost like Herculean effort to be able to fight off an invader or something like that, where your back is just against the wall and you really have to just fight your way out. Okay. Unfortunately, that energy in the negative has been shown to us by none other than Donald J. Trump, who whenever his back is against the wall, he's always trying to fight his way out of it, rather than accepting and finding humility. That this is what happens when you have a person who has some severe challenges around reality, and isn't willing to accept when there's, I don't want to get into it. He bums me out. The point being is that there will be some times where you have to release your attachment to defending some belief system. Okay, and this might be one of those moments. There may also be something where you decide that this is worth defending. This is something that I'm willing to give my all towards, where I'm willing to have courage and faith and heart to get something over the finish line, or to like say, no, this is my boundary, this is my line. So it's going to be both. Okay, and we're going to see a combination of that. We're going to see Mercury really asking us a lot of questions about this. Like there's a Mercury Uranus square that's starting to perfect around this too. Mercury asks questions. Now Venus will station direct on the 3rd of September at 12 degrees of Leo. Okay, 12 degrees Leo. So if you're feeling like you're not able to get to a place of consensus or harmony, things will start moving forward again around September, which is good news. Okay, again, I've found Venus retrogrades to be unpleasant personally. There's been really be careful about issuing ultimatums in your relationships in particular, because you may not be getting the entire picture. I would also caution you against beginning long-term relationships during this period of time in any way, romantically, business-wise, because when it starts moving forward again, you might realize that what you are attracted to is not actually what you are attracted to once Venus is in direct motion. Be careful with purchases. Your taste may be very different once Venus moves direct again. And this is definitely an impulsive Venus in Leo squared Uranus. So be careful about impulsive purchases also. That could be something that could, you may wake up after the Venus retrograde and be like, oh my God, this is not how as valuable as I thought it was, right? The value is skewed during the Venus retrograde. It's hard to assess what is really of value and what isn't. On the flip side, sometimes there's amazing deals to be had during Venus retrograde, because while it may be difficult for you to assess something's value, that also means that someone else who's selling something may not have the right idea of something's value as well. So sometimes you can unearth some treasures, but be very careful of that. Like, we're talking like garage sale stuff here, not like, I wouldn't like invest your life savings based on a whim of something that you feel is a depreciated or devalued asset or something. That to me would feel really risky. Okay, so that's the Venus retrograde. And now we're going to look at the sun moving into Leo. So before I do that, holy cow, we're heading into 3.5 hours here. Luckily, it's fairly short, and then we'll you all are such marathoners. But let's take a little stretch break. There's just a lot of astrology in this month in particular, and we've gone on some interesting tangents. But please do me a favor, friends. I'll make this break short. Please like and subscribe to this channel. Please stretch yourself out, get a drink of water. Please purchase the Deccans of Cancer, which is on sale, the webinar. Please enroll in the Secrets of the Waite-Smith Tarot Guided Group Study Summer 2023, which is now available to be signed up for. Starts on July 10th. If you want to donate to the work I'm doing here, there's a little $ in the chat, super sticker, super chat. Those are always super appreciated. And if you're watching after the fact, you can buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com. Leave me a comment. Let me know how things are going in your world. Please practice kindness as we move into these challenging waters. I always appreciate comments, but I will delete a comment if it's too unkind or if it's a personal attack. I think that we can criticize things in the world if we do it in a rational way, but we want to steer clear of, like, personally attacking people. That's how we create safe spaces in our online world, and that's how we create trust between one another, is treating each other with mutual respect. And for the most part, it's been very, very rare that that's happened here. And you all are super awesome and a great community. So keep it up. Keep it up, friends. But we're talking about some spicier things today, so I just wanted to preemptively, let's be nice to one another. Okay, so let's talk about Leo, and let's talk about this final stage here, and we'll go a little bit quicker because we all got things to do. And I'm going to show you the Deccans of Leo just briefly. Whoops. All right, so here's the Deccans of Leo webinar, which is not on sale, but you can still purchase it. It'll be on sale in the future. But if you're itching to understand Leo, why not take the leap? It's going to a good cause, namely helping me to eat and pay my mortgage, buy books and plants, all those things, keeping the lights on. So Leo 1, we're moving into the Wands suit, okay? Out of the Cup suit into the Wands suit. We've liberated the sense of, malaise, boredom, those types of energies. We've found a new passion, or we are attempting to find a new passion and purpose. We are role playing in the first decan of Leo. We're saying, all right, we've got our physical needs met. What brings us meaning? Who are we now? Like, spiritually, who are we? What is our identity? This is an identity decan. So themes of mock battles and athletic contests. This is Gavura in Atziluth, which is a Mars Sephira. This is actually a Saturn-ruled decan in the descending Chaldean order system. But when we think about the combination of Mars, Gavura in a Saturn energy like type of thing, we have pressure, right? And then we've got the sun, we've got the pressure to perform, the pressure of visibility. The spotlight is what Austin Coppock talks about. So stages, role playing, mask making, like putting on a mask, playing a role, testing out different roles, crafting a persona, learning to master appearances and direct attention. That's a Leo superpower. Like we're concentrating the ability to utilize that spotlight and say, this is what's important. Here, you should pay attention to this. We do this on this channel a lot. I'm saying, hey, I'm utilizing my Leo energy to say, this is important. Let's pay attention to this, right? But hopefully a balance to that Leo energy is it's in service of the greater community, not just in service of the self. That's the advanced Leo energy, I think. The more balanced Leo energy, we should say. I don't know what is advanced, what is sophomoric, I don't know. But that brings to mind the legend of Parsifal in the Grail myth. And Parsifal has to go and visit this old king, and he has to ask the right question to be able to find the Grail. And he freezes, and he doesn't even ask a question the first time, you know. And he finally goes and he asks the question, who does the Grail serve, right? Like he's asking a question of compassion, right? He's asking a question of how are you doing? He's also asking about this king. How are you doing? How are you feeling? He learns the lesson of empathy. So if you've got some Leo energy, utilizing that spotlight, utilizing that energy in service of others and in service of compassion is really the essence of conscious leadership. Okay, a great leader is always working in service of the people that they are leading, not in service of the self. Doesn't mean that you can't find identity through that leadership capability, but the difference between Aries and Leo, in my opinion, is that Aries is severing and separating from a collective to individuate, and it's kind of just like, I don't really care what you think, like in Aries. And Leo is more about, I'm going to have it's in service of an audience, right? It's like there is this relationship, right? This feedback loop with Leo that you don't necessarily always get in Aries. Doesn't mean that you can't cultivate that if you have Aries placements. It just means that there's more of that energy here in Leo. There's more of a, I think Leos care a little bit more about what other people think of them than potentially Aries placements do. And that's not the be all end all. There are definitely exceptions, and you have other things in your chart if you're bristling at that idea. But I think in general, there is definitely, as a Leo rising person, I've had to go through a lot of different stages of caring or not caring what the audience is reflecting back to me. There's also a power in being able to harness the feelings of an audience. Like as a musician, and I think as an astrologer on some level, this is sort of a performance on some level too. It's an interaction, but it's an interaction with an audience, just like a musical performance is. I would get really nervous before performing as a musician, and then would prepare, just like I prepare for these types of things. And then when I got on stage, it was just like a switch flipped, you know, like I think there's a Leo switch that just flips, and you're just in that moment, you're present, and you're just feeding off of the energy of the crowd. And there's a beautiful like magic that happens with that interaction. And just as it's hard to give your best performance when you're just either, you know, when there's no audience, when there's no one there, or when people are ignoring you. Same thing with this, what we've created here. I feel energized by the interaction with you in the live, in the chat. And it takes us in different directions than it normally would. I think Leo feeds off that energy, and it I don't know, enlivens them. So think about that around Leo 1 period, is how can you interact with your milieu to become enlivened, but also balance that out with knowing that the true vitality comes from within. It does not come just from the feedback that you're getting. It comes from just who you are. You are shining your own solar light during this period of time. So questions to ask yourself. Excuse me. Where are you feeling pressure to perform? I mean, Susan Chang calls this the pressure cooker in her book, okay? What role are you being asked to play? Is your outer persona in alignment with your inner truth? That to me is important, because authenticity, to me, the definition of that is your external expression reflecting the truth of your inner reality, okay? So that's a Leo mission. And sometimes with Saturn in this decan, A lot of people that have Leo 1 placements are denied their authentic expression in life, and they have to learn to fight for it, okay? That's part of the energy of that. Is your outer persona in alignment with your inner truth, as we were saying? Is it time to step into the spotlight or seek refuge? Okay. Oftentimes we think of Leo as attention whores or something like that. Not always the case. Oftentimes Leos are deathly afraid of the spotlight because they want to be at their absolute best. If they don't feel like they're at their best, they don't want to be seen at all. Like, this is the truth. Some of you Leos out there confirm this, because like, this is like what Marilyn Monroe talked about as a Leo rising. She was like, if I'm not feeling good, I will disappear completely. You know, part of that could be her Aquarius moon, but I feel truth in that, right? We want to feel glamorous. We want to feel like we're showing our best, the best part of ourselves. Is it, let's see, what ambitions are being ignited, right? So this is an ambitious Decan. We've felt like we've gotten our physical needs satiated. Now our spiritual needs are taking precedence. How can you learn to direct and focus your will? Oftentimes, people with prominent Leo placements need to get involved. If they have an overly developed will, they may want to get involved when they should hang back. So it's a balance between that. But if you're trying to develop healthy Leoness, you got to know when to step up and when to hang back. That's really the challenge. When to stay and when to go, when to speak up, when to listen. All of those things are questions that Leos are working through. Okay. Jennifer has the North Node in the first decan of Leo, Uranus in the third decan. Oh my. Yeah, I'm a Leo North Node also, but third decan. And I was deathly afraid of being visible as a young person. I've told this story, but my mom forced me to go in and order at a fast food place by myself when I was like 9. And I sat in the car for like half an hour refusing to go in there because I did not want to talk to the person behind the counter. I didn't want to utilize my will. And I remember this because I did it and the world didn't end. And like, I was like, okay, I was upset about it, but at the same time, like, I learned something from it, right? I learned that like, oh, it's okay for me to utilize my own will and to participate in life rather than just being this wallflower. I'm very much was an observer of life as a child, and my whole journey was learning how to really get involved. And there were times where I didn't get involved where I should have, and where I needed to get involved to protect somebody. You know, like that was part of my journey too, was I had to get involved or the situation was going to really deteriorate. So this is something to consider with Leo placements too. But again, don't feel like your perspective is the only perspective with Leo. Like that's the balancing point with Aquarius, is that there's multiple perspectives and each one of them can have their own type of validity. Carolyn says, I couldn't agree more with Leo ascendant and feeding off the energy of audiences. My ascendant is 28 Leo. And yes, it's about service and shining your own light. Absolutely, Carolyn. The way that I've resolved my, I have a love-hate relationship with the spotlight. I felt, pursuing my music career, I felt really guilty because I didn't feel like I felt like it was a self-centered type of thing I was doing, which it wasn't necessarily, but I was always struggling with the collective versus the self. And what I love about this channel is I can be a point of consciousness, but I'm doing that in service of a greater cause, a greater purpose, which is to try to hopefully give you some awareness of the astrology and to alleviate suffering. So that to me is the balance point between my nodal axis. Is I'm willing to show up and be present and be somebody who is in this, the spotlight, and use my will in service of a collective goal. So yeah, think about that as we move through Leo season also. Smiles here. Sorry I have to go. Thank you for your time in this live show. I will be replaying. To watch the ending, have a great weekend. Well, thank you, Smile, for being here. You're making us smile for your participation. I appreciate you, friend, and hope to see you at future ones. Nanda Devi says, know when to hold them, know when to fold them. Seriously, know when to let it go. Absolutely. Absolutely. That is part of the balance point between Leo and Aquarius, in my opinion. And you're right. You're right, Nanda Devi. So right on. Jennifer says, so hated to speak in front of people, will get stomach pains. As older, so much better. Yes, we grow into that, right? We're growing into that. But again, this is I think the failing of thinking about it strictly in an evolutionary astrology manner. I'm not taking a dump on evolutionary astrology. I think that there's some good things with that. But I disagree with the way that they deal with the nodes, that we have to pursue our north node at all costs. Because if, like, say, Jennifer, you and I pursued our north nodes in Leo at all costs and just completely released the south node energy, we would turn into insufferable narcissists. You know what I'm saying? And that's not the energy that we want to do. It's not just about us all the time. We have to keep the big picture in frame to be able to have a balanced expression with that. Ashley says, don't you wish you could go back and look at the astrology of that moment? It seems like it was such a turning point in your life. I do. And I bet I could pinpoint it if I went back and looked, but that would take some time. But yeah, exactly. I wish I had had astrology earlier in my life, because it would have helped me so much through the beginning stages of what was some really difficult stuff. I didn't really start understanding astrology at all until my late teens and early 20s. And it was so helpful for processing my past and knowing what I was dealing with moving forward. And traditional astrology in particular has made it even more rich in my experience. So yeah, I agree, Ashley, I do. Okay, so that's Leo 1. That's my Decans of Leo, like, preview of the slides. Let's talk about some of the astrology of this period of time, and then we'll wrap it up. You all have been such troopers today through our marathon sessions. And again, I think we've already weeded out the people who can't handle it. Even the supporters, they're like, I've left for an hour and I came back and you're still going. It's fun. Oh man. All right. So let's talk about this Leo 1 period. There's something really interesting happening during the time that the sun is in Leo 1. And here we have the July 23rd. I've been looking through I use my honeycomb planner a lot for this. And there's been this really strange movement that I've noticed that I don't quite know what to make sense of, but I think it's interesting nonetheless. And that's Pluto squaring the nodes. And what is happening is that the node is squaring Pluto on the 23rd at 29 degrees of Aries and 29 degrees of Capricorn. And then Pluto squares the node at 29 degrees on the 25th. And then the node squares Pluto again on the 28th. So there's some kind of, let's just look at this real quick, because this is a weird energy here. Like, we've got the nodes moving retrograde and Pluto moving retrograde. It's just like, see this? It's just funny that we're having, yeah, it's grind. So what I'm taking from this is that Pluto is grinding at a very important turning point. And there's going to be a lot of interesting energy with this. So what would Pluto be at the bending of the nodes? Well, I think that this is just a really important turning point, an inflection point for, government systems in particular. I think that big changes. I think that we're going to be seeing some big changes at the end of July. And I think they're going to be important changes, and that we're going to have to really start dealing with the corruption that we've either inherited or created. And again, as I've talked about throughout this broadcast today, we can do it if we accept the fact that we need to make changes. If we keep ignoring the changes that we need to make, we will create a bigger and bigger and bigger problem. And then when the check comes due, it will be that much more painful. It's already painful. Okay, this is the thing, where we've already gotten to a point with, let's say, just like climate change, where we have some irreversible damage that has been done to the planet. The quality of life, as far as like droughts, food, things like that, There's going to be a different expectation about what healthy looks like. Okay, and we're going to have to accept that. But we still have the power to think about, are we going to keep this planet inhabitable, or are we going to keep doing the same exact thing we've always done and keep change locked up in bureaucratic bullshit, where people are just trying to distract one another by like culture wars and crap like that while the planet burns? That's really what, to me, this Pluto energy is all about. You know, are we going to let ourselves be distracted by that, or are we going to actually start, you know, acknowledging the changes that need to be made? So these are choices that we're all going to be facing as a collective. We do have power. We aren't completely powerless. Our voices are important. Our actions are important. Our ability becomes even more powerful when we join forces with others. Okay, when we join together in mycelial networks, okay, and support one another in making these changes and encourage one another in making these changes. Okay, this is going to be part of the Aquarian Pluto energy moving forward too. Yeah, Carolyn says Pluto nodes could be the banking system. That's a good point. We could definitely be seeing a shift in that. I think that's definitely in the realm of possibility for sure. Pluto being related to wealth, third decan be related to bureaucratic systems and how we manage those wealth systems, and the nodes being a point of, we're heading towards, Pluto is actually heading towards increase here though. So that's interesting to me. So I'm not exactly sure what to make of that yet. I haven't really thought a lot about Pluto squaring the nodes. I have to meditate on that more, but this is why I love all these contributions in the comments. That's a great point about banking systems, but it's going to be a confluence of things. Banking systems are reflective of how we're treating the earth and resources. It's all related, right? Okay. So that motion of Pluto squaring the nodes, there's going to be 3 hits of that: the 23rd, the 25th, and the 28th. All because of this interesting motion of both of them sort of retrograding at the same time. And the relative speeds. I think that's what is solving this. Sorry, I'm not always the best at the scientific, technical aspects of astrology. I tend to gravitate more towards the metaphorical, mythological type of energy, but that makes sense that Pluto is moving a lot slower backwards than these nodes, and that there's going to be this kind of this hit because of the relative speeds of both of them. So the 23rd, we have 1 hit of the Pluto squaring the nodes. We have Mercury also. Oh, God, this is fun. Mercury is going to be squaring Uranus on that day too. So let's go back to the first hit here. So there's Mercury Uranus square. So again, these 2 events are also going to be related. Pluto at the squaring, at the bending of the nodes, and the square of Mercury and Uranus. So again, it's going to just be repeating themes that we've been experiencing with Mars squaring Uranus, Venus squaring Uranus, and now Mercury squaring Uranus. And in the future, in the end of Leo season, the sun's going to square Uranus. Okay, so all of these themes are related. Every planet is going to be hosting a different area of your life. So Mercury is going to be hosting the Virgo and Gemini area of your life. So there will be the same type of energy of, I don't know, standoff, stalemate, changes, unexpected things that are happening. But now it's going to be related to Mercury hosting Virgo and Gemini. Okay, so it's shocking communications, shocking, I don't know, maybe an internet challenge. That could be part of it. Like maybe the banks get hit with some sort of weird cyber terrorism or something. I don't want to call any of this into existence, but as having an active imagination as a diviner, you can imagine the very worst and like you can imagine the best. And we have to kind of be balanced about letting our imagination get the better of us. So, but definitely communication that is out of the ordinary, but specifically probably dealing with challenges in the past. Okay, like maybe there's arguments around what is the best way to fix things. Okay, I think this could be part of the question here: is what do we keep and what do we let go of? As Nanda Devi was talking about, you know, should I stay or should I go? Should we keep what parts of the system actually are giving us the structure that we need, and which parts need to be let go of? I bristle when I hear people get too far down the anarchy hole, because I feel like there is structure that we need to keep society running. There are certain parts of it that really that are containers that we need so that things just don't devolve into complete chaos. At the same time, we have to be strong enough to make the changes that we need to make so that those systems are running more efficiently and more functionally. Like, one thing that's taught me about my experience with having one of my cars break down. We have two old cars that, you know, they're old and they have issues. Is when one of them completely broke down and we were like, we need to replace this. It made me say, you know what, I need to do some more maintenance on this other vehicle that's still running. I got my oil changed, I changed the air filter, I changed the in-cabin air filter, I went and got the brakes redone, like I got the air conditioning fixed. I was like, I need to take care of this vehicle. You see what I'm saying? So when you see a breakdown, that can lead to trying to repair the systems that are still functioning, okay? So it doesn't mean that we have to kind of just let go of everything about a system. We can change certain parts of it and keep certain parts that do actually help people, right? And I think that that's the way forward, you know? Yeah, Jennifer's saying Mercury and Taurus, definitely the banks. I think it's certainly possible, friends, that that's one manifestation of this. So heed that warning, but also there are other things that it can be too. Never underestimate the power of Uranus to surprise you. You think that it could be one thing and it's something completely out of left field. And even as an astrologer, I would also just be very cautious about underestimating that third decan of Taurus as far as natural disasters are concerned. I 100% believe that Uranus and Taurus is very much going to be asking us to deal with some of the very real challenges of climate change. Like, we have forest fires, we have tornadoes, we have hurricanes, all of these things. We have rising ocean temperatures. We're in an El Nino year. All of these things we're probably going to be dealing with. Extreme weather events are happening more and more and more and more. And Uranus and Taurus says, figure out how to deal with these things, or you will continue to perpetuate more suffering. So yes, banks could be part of it, especially with Pluto there. But please, if you have the ability to check all of your emergency response type of things, do that without getting too paranoid about it. Just make sure that you have your supplies. Like, you know, we're dealing with getting the generator thing here. Like, I really appreciate everyone who's helped contribute to that. We're getting much closer to like making that a reality, like within the next month or so, of like getting the generator, getting the electrical all fixed here to accommodate a generator. Like, that's a backup system where if you know that there's going to be more power outages in the future, which there most definitely will, because one of the problems in America is that our electrical grid is so ancient, our infrastructure is so ancient, it's not really set up to deal with, number one, the amount of people and the amount of energy that it takes to deal with a rapidly warming planet, you know? So power outages are going to be more of a thing. And as the planet gets warmer and we have more 100-degree plus days, especially in the Midwest, you need to be prepared for that. That's just common sense. If you know that that's the direction things are heading in, you need to be prepared for those things. Not doing so would just be negligent. And if you want to put your head in the sand about that, it's kind of you're going to fuck around and find out. I mean, that's where I'm at with this, which doesn't mean that I live every single day like a natural disaster is going to happen. It just means that I know that I have certain things in place if those things do happen. You see what I'm saying? We lost power last week, like during a major hailstorm for like, it wasn't as bad as the previous one. We lost power for a week during an ice storm in late February, which is very painful, no heat or power. But this past week, we lost power for like about 8 hours, you know, and it sucked, but it was we kind of knew the drill. We had our we had ice packs that we had ready to go to put our food in, like coolers and things like that, and now we're setting up the infrastructure for the backup generator and things like that. So those are the things that you can do to just like have common sense without like getting too, like, I don't know, we're not going full like zombie apocalypse prepper, I think that's too extreme. But I do think that we do need to get serious about how we deal with this as a collective, and also come to terms with the reality of how we're going to live our day-to-day lives as we deal with a changing climate. Okay, so that is the Mercury-Uranus square and Pluto at the bending of the nodes on the 23rd. Again, when we get to the 25th, there will be another exact hit of Mercury at the nodes. And we will have that last quarter moon. I'm sorry, the first quarter moon that I was talking about. This is the first quarter moon. And this is going to be roughly at 2 degrees of Leo and Scorpio. Okay, and then it's a little bit past it on this chart, but that's okay. Now, the thing about that is that that's a really difficult place for the moon, like one of the more challenging places of the moon. The moon is at its maximum degree of fall in Scorpio, okay, like at 3 degrees of Scorpio in particular. So this is a really tough spot for manifesting, for getting security and support. I think that there's going to be a lot of questions that are coming up. I think that there's going to be some grief that we're going to be dealing with here too. I think that we're going to have to deal with the fallout of whatever's going on at this end of July period. The first decan of Scorpio is syncretized with the 5 of Cups, okay? So how do we deal with our grief? How do we deal with our composting? Who are we when we are experiencing loss, okay? And again, we have to come to terms with loss. Every single one of us at some point in our life is going to die. There's a song that always gets me. It's a what is that band? Flaming Lips. It's called "Do You Realize?" Go listen to that song. It's sad, but also affirming, and it's talking about, do you realize every single one someday will die? Like, that is the reality. And how do we come to terms with grief and live with the gratitude? That's the turnaround in that song. That's the beauty in that song. How do we have gratitude for the moment that we're living through? So this might be sort of the push and the pull here, is how do we both live with the vitality of a domiciled sun, but also come to terms with the grief and loss and letting go of a fallen moon. Okay, this is the first quarter energy that we're dealing with, life and death. And how do we balance those two things out? How do we come to terms with both of them and embrace both? How do we embrace life, respect death, and keep on living until it's our time to let go? And how do we let go of things while we're living? See what I mean? To continue the cycle. Yeah, it's a beautiful song, Nanda Devi. It's such a great album. That whole album is so good. Yoshimi Battles the Pink Robots. One of my favorites. So that is the first quarter moon, the moon near the maximum degree of fall. We also are dealing with hunger during that energy. So that might be another manifestation of the challenges that we're dealing with. Like, let's say the banks fail. People are going to go hungry because that's their life savings, right? There could be challenges to finding food. That's one manifestation. Let's say that there's a crazy ass drought around this period of time, okay? Where there's like more fires and droughts and things like that. That could lead to things like famine, right? So the first decan, the moon in the first decan of Scorpio talks about desire, hunger, difficulty getting our needs satiated, okay? So we may have to examine how we get our needs met during this period of time. What are we willing to compete for, or do we need to compete for resources or things like that? Again, I'm being emphatic and intense, but I don't want to necessarily get you so riled up that you're really afraid. I want you to be prepared versus afraid. Does that make sense? It's a big difference between fear-based things and centered preparedness. And I'm also going to reiterate that I don't necessarily think you need to like over prepare to the point where you're not living your life anymore. Okay, that's the key with this. How do we deal with these challenges as they come up and be prepared for them without overdoing it to the point where we're just like completely living in fear the whole time? Okay, make sense? And thank you, KP1231, for the super sticker. I appreciate you. It says, hi, Spencer and everyone. Been listening sneakily from work. Oh, sneaky. Thank you, as always, for the shared knowledge and wisdom. Well, thank you, KP, for your support today. I believe you're coming to me from Cleveland, Ohio. Just a little side note. Y'all drafted the first player, I think, that to be drafted from Eastern Michigan University last night. The Cleveland Cavaliers selected Imani Bates from Eastern Michigan University, who was on the cover of Sports Illustrated when he was in high school as the next big thing. But he's gone through some humbling and some changes as he is an Aquarius sun, ruled by a Saturn in Cancer. And he got picked in the second round, pick number 49. So enjoy Imani Bates, and thank you for the super sticker. You never know what small minutia of sports trivia you'll get at the Spencer Michaud Astrology live stream. I don't remember what other picks you made, but that one stuck out to me because Imani is sort of a cult figure, a folk hero here in Ypsilanti, where I live. He's from here, which is interesting. Jessame Luthen, hello friend, says, I also think of the song Love by Everyone's Got to Live. By Love, Everyone's Got to Live. I've never heard that song, so I'll have to check that out. That's a good one. I always love hearing music that's reflective of the zeitgeist that we're experiencing. Okay, so 7/27, July 27th, after we have dealt with the first quarter moon, Mercury is going to conjoin Venus retrograde. So let's say we do come to a crisis point around that period of time. I think this is a point on the 27th where we're really having hopefully some fruitful conversations about what we need to do, what kind of energy and effort we need to put forward to restore harmony and to bring balance, and what type of courage we have to embrace to move forward with our life. Nanda Devi says, stars, sports, and songs. Yeah. Nanda Devi, one of my dreams as a young person was to be a quote-unquote Renaissance man. And I believe the more appropriate term now is polymath. And I just have a lot of different interests, and I love that we're able to explore many of those here on this show. And so thank you for being a part of it and encouraging that rather than decrying it. So Venus Mercury conjunction, really interesting. I think this is a negotiation aspect. This is of saying, okay, this is what we're going to need to do to move forward. This is how we're going to restore balance and harmony. A lot of communication about, again, I always reiterate this, what hills are we going to die on, or what territory are we going to defend type of thing. There's a defense of authenticity and territory. And maybe there's some fruitful conversations that come up with this, with Mercury and Venus coming together. On the 28th, we see Mercury moving into Virgo on that day, which I think is a real positive experience. It will be co-present with Mars, which is going to be a challenge, and it'll start opposing Saturn, but it gains a lot of dignity. That fruitful conversation could lead to like a plan. This is like, okay, we're having the conversation and now we're making a plan. Okay, our mental faculties could be improved about the plan that we need to make to deal with the challenges that we're experiencing. The Mercury will also be, before it moves into Virgo here, it's going to make a trine to the North Node. So this could be a moment of like really being able to move forward with flow around that period of time. So whatever crisis we go through, I think that we'll be able to move forward with it and find some solution. There will be another hit of that Pluto retrograde, nodal type of experience on this day also. So again, this is an extended week of like a lot of changes. And I think that, I don't know what I can say that I haven't already said about that shift, but there's 3 hits of it. This decan that Mercury is moving into is a sun-ruled decan, solar decan. It's associated with the 8 of Pentacles. Mercury will be both in domicile and exaltation. It's the only planet that has that dual domicile and exaltation dignity. It's really, really a powerful place for Mercury. And again, we talked about Themis when Mars moved into that decan as a teacher of an observance of divine law. So we may see new laws that we have to bring into place. There may be a lot of questions about how we're doing things on this planet. All of those things could be fruitful conversations moving forward with Mercury in Virgo 1, excuse me. Final thing we have for the month, the 28th through the 1st, the moon's going to be out of bounds. So we may feel a little exhausted after this Pluto period, and we should just really take care of our bodies and give ourselves some extra space to rest every once in a while. As we move into August, we're building at the end of July to a full moon on August 1st at 9 degrees of Aquarius. So you can see this is already starting to kind of manifest at the end of the month here, building towards that full moon. And we'll talk about that as we get closer, but I just wanted you to be aware that the end of the month is building to a full moon. There'll be a Mars trine with Jupiter on the 1st, as well as Mercury making its opposition to Saturn here. Okay, so that's just a little preview of the first day of August, because those things will be applying towards the end of the month. Okay, so that's the astrology. Holy cow, that's 4 hours. Let's wrap this up with an animal and an I-Ching. Let's do the I-Ching first. The I-Ching for the Astrology of July is number 11, which is fascinating to me, just especially thinking about all the things we talked about today. That translates to peace, translates to harmony, translates to smoothly flowing prosperity, the union of high and low, harmonious interactions, things going well, advancement. And there's one changing line. It's line number 2. It says, embrace the uncouth and the common. Ford the stream. Do not abandon those far away. The cliques dissolve. One obtains honor by walking the central path. So we've talked a lot about balance here today. We've talked about, paying attention to the, we obviously have the spotlight on the haves, but we need to not forget the have-nots. We need to not dismiss the refugees on the boat while we're focusing on the billionaires in the submarine, right? We need to cultivate good habits when things are going well. If things are going well during this season, maybe the worst case scenarios don't manifest. That's entirely possible. And if you think about that, if you try to will that into existence, that's a healthy experience too. We don't want to ignore the problems, but we don't always experience the worst case scenarios either. Avoid condescension and arrogance. So we don't want to be condescending. This is part of those Leo squares. Is if we get too full of ourselves, if we get too righteous, self-righteous, especially in the face of natural changes. Okay, if we say we're human beings, we have all the knowledge and this earth is here to serve us, guess what? You'd be humbled. Nature will always humble us when we start down that type of path, in my opinion. Be tolerant and open-minded. Now is the time to take on important tasks. And everyone, no matter their situation, has something valuable to contribute. We all have a part to play in this future that we're creating and co-creating together, not only with each other, but with the divine and with nature. See the good in people. We've talked a lot about challenges, but try to stay focused on what you can do rather than what you can't. Try to stay focused on how we can create a positive future together rather than just being afraid of the doomsday scenarios. Practice moderation and work for the common good. Accept people for who they are and what they can do for, and not just what they can do for you. Okay, so accepting people's authentic self and not just thinking of them as a resource. Try not to play favorites. We get involved in these cliques and these factualisms. this is part of what's going on in America in particular, but globally, this is a challenge too. We always have to think of an us versus them, blue versus red, all of these different things, rich versus poor. At the end of the day, we all are sharing this planet together and have to find a way to work together and to live together for the future of humanity and for the future of the creatures that aren't human that we share this planet with, the trees, the animals, the insects, the fish. All of them deserve equal respect. So aspire towards far-reaching goals, okay? Keep the future in mind as you're living in the moment. This is changing to hexagram 36. Hexagram 36 says darkening of the light, eclipse, hiding one's light, censorship, keeping a low profile, hiding your feelings. There might be situations where we need to be very careful about how we express. There may be some situations where, we need to keep our heads low and just take care of business coming up in July. I think a lot of those changes towards the end of the month could see a shift from our peaceful, flowing Cancerian experience to like things getting a little bit spicy during Leo season. We don't always have to be the loudest, squeakiest wheel. Like, we do have to speak up when things are important, but also sometimes it's okay to just get down to business, especially with Mars and Mercury and Virgo. Those are two planets in signs that has to do with humbly going about your everyday work and business. So the animal that I got for you today, I love this. I got the whale. And I think the whale really does reflect our entrance into Cancer season, but also thinking about the long term. Whales are ancient creatures, some of them hundreds of years old. So they speak to longevity. They speak of vibrational energy, the wisdom of ancient knowledge, the wisdom of singing our own unique song. Each whale has its own unique song. It speaks towards intuition. Any creature that's living in the ocean, we can think about as an intuitive, sonar-related experience. Pay attention to that intuition. Be true to you, Jennifer says. Yes, exactly. Trust your gut. Pay attention to spiritual messages. Make sure that you're creating as well. There's a creativity that comes up from the ocean. The ocean was where we were all born from, and maybe it's a fertile place. It is a place of unity and oneness. Don't be afraid of the depth of your emotions around this period of time, and exploring the depth of your feelings. Whales teach us about breath work. I think that if we go through stressful periods, we have to pay attention to our breath. We have to pay attention to how we're breathing. This is ultimately true. I downloaded an air quality app recently because in the Midwest, our air quality has changed due to the wildfire challenges in Canada. And paying attention to the quality of our air and the quality of, are we able to breathe deeply and relax ourselves? Sometimes just taking a deep breath in a crisis situation can lead you to taking an action that's much more centered. So taking a deep breath if there's things that are bringing us challenges. Whales live in family pods. They are communal creatures. They support one another. They hunt together. They defend one another. They are supportive. So family is really important during this period of time, and community is important. And finally, these whales are said to be like swimming libraries. If you look at a whale, sometimes they have these amazing both scars, but also these barnacles. They are communities in and of themselves. They are representative of the universal mind, the Akashic record. They are the wisdom keepers of this planet on some level. So how do we tap into that energy, that wisdom of a creature that is so ancient and so beautiful? And how do we see ourselves as part of the community of this planet rather than just one species? One thing that book has taught me, The Flowering Wand, is that we are not just one singular thing. We are a community of bacteria, of cells. We're a host of many different creatures. We're an amalgamation. We're an assemblage of creatures. Just as we are an assemblage of different types of creatures on this planet? And how can we see ourselves as one rather than just this separate thing? I think that's something that Whale can teach us. So, my friends, that is what I have for you today. Thank you so much for spending your time and your afternoon with me. I hope that you have a wonderful, restorative July, that you are considering the whole as well as your individual needs, that you let your light shine, but also let your light shine in service of communal responsibility as well. And that you just find peace, like this number 11 hexagram, that I think that we can restore balance. I think that we've just got off balance a little bit, and we just have to restore a right proportion and homeostasis to this beautiful, beautiful planet that we've been so fortunate to be birthed onto and received by. All right, my friends. Thank you again for all of your participation. Thanks for the super chats and the super stickers. Please like and subscribe to the channel. Hope to see you at the guided group study, summer 2023. Remember, be kind to one another. Be kind to yourself. Believe in yourself and believe in each other. Believe in the ability of humanity to get through this together, and try to see the good in people if you can. All right, friends. I'll see you the next time. Peace.